So glad I was able to fucking find the original source. Okay. Lights. Pancakes. Erg. And here we go. My thread. My thread, 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 my thread. This. How far back do I need to go? I just need to go as far back as my involvement. Let's go here. With this. As well as these. And this will be fun too. Alright. Hello, children. Pile in. Pile in. We had ourselves a time last night. So let's go over this in detail. Because I got up and I saw what happened inside of Reaction Around. So we're going to lay it out for every single person who is not there and missed it. And or came in because they were interested in the drama, but they had none of the context for what was being done. Alright. So, last night, or rather I should say yesterday, a lovely, wonderful, very intelligent, very stupid individual who represents the summary intelligence of hoodweeps that believe that they can threaten, antagonize, stalk, dox, shame, flame, ruin, and life-ruinate chibi reviews, attempted to try it with me. Where's the clippers? Attempted to try it with me after fucking around for 6 days and getting clowned for 6 days by the assorted group of men and women that are associated with Lost Lenore, who is an art community mutual of mine. She runs a channel by the name of Art Life with Lenore. She, and at least I can think of 3 different artists, as well as the unknown or unnamed artists in her audience and community. That also has a tie-over with the Art Like Gaming, which is the same people, or others associated with Lenore, that specialize in gaming. Having been trouncing, embarrassing, and mocking this particular individual, who we're going to go by not the suspected IRL name that they've chosen to claim, but instead the title they chose to claim for themselves by the name of Apex. This individual had been going on for 6 days, desperately trying to antagonize, mock, stalk, embarrass, insult, irritate, annoy, and fuck with individuals for those 6-day periods. However, things that came of note, every single time there would be involvement, the individual refused to refer to and address men directly. They only ever tried to harass women. If they could certifiably understand that they were a woman, or they assumed that they were a woman, they were extremely misogynistic, they were extremely antagonistic, extremely antisocial, just a regular special person. I then put my finger and pressed on this man's Vogon nerve at around 2:33 p.m. And at the time of this post, which was 8:52 p.m., this was the dead nail, and death spiral of Apex, as he then chose to crash out live on air and yell and scream and kick and shout and gnash teeth, with this recording here being the final 18 minutes? 17 minutes and 6 seconds of everyone recapping the drama of the live stream. Those that are interested, feel free to click on the link. It is all there for you to watch. And if you have not seen it there or want to watch it from the beginning, you can also go there and watch the VOD as I recorded the encounter. Because I challenged them to the encounter when I was live on air with the second avowed Dare Drop stream. They did not take the challenge then. It is my suspicion, as the bio says, a holy man in a tainted work with woke versus Nazis and idiots, too many friends to few, giving orders plus figs get fat, hogs get slaughtered plus Godfather, that this lovely, opinionated, strong African-American man stealing other people's pictures, which seek to do, frames himself as the last stance between hood weebs and non-hood weebs. This individual, on top of calling horror a man, as they poorly tried to defend themselves, will go on to post multiple pieces of information that I'm not going to relitigate on air now, in the form of threats, death threats, antagonistic threats, terroristic threats, and intent to stalk. All of them are illegal. If my call to my personal friends that work with the Fed that live in Texas follows through as I hoped and as we all work towards the goal of, since he wants to claim that he's law enforcement and or gang associated, as we start tracking down these weapons that he was bragging about posting at us, one of which is at least, or has at one point been reported stolen. The other one I'll tell you about in a second. This individual is going to earn himself a grand total of at least 3 counts, up to 5, if YouTube and Twitter are any help on this, especially if the Twitter staff does their part with pulling that account, because of it being a paid-for post, by getting in touch with the bank and sourcing who's paying for the account if it's not a stolen account, as we suspect it to be, because it's either stolen or it's been paid with some other method and means that cannot be traced to this individual in question. But looking at the rap sheet of this individual, at least 3 to 5 counts, which will get him in total a grand amount of 55 to 80 years in prison, without possibility of parole, before at least serving 30 of them. The rap sheet itself, not very good. Not a very good rap sheet. Not a very good representation of the strongest soldiers and the anti-Chibi Reviews army. However, I'd just like to bring to notice, as we come to the end of that, as we move through this, I would like to bring to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, that the user that chose to believe he was smarter than an average Carl decided to steal an image. This weapon here, this carbine, is a stolen image that comes from a Facebook gaming group called Hichiko Gaming. As you can clearly see, it is the same weapon. It is the same bedspread. It is the same fold. I literally just ran all of the images in question that could be resourced with spectrometer, just running it through reverse image searches. So, the first weapon, that weapon is real, but it is only to his account. The second weapon, because it is clearly from some other group, I have the suspicion to believe that the photos are from someone else's time out of range. It was inconclusive. Got a positive match as this being a fake stolen image that he got from somewhere off the internet. The fourth image, inconclusive, not enough identifying details in order to demonstrate. But we do have enough identifying markers to show that the people that are bragging about using this weapon, as Apex chose to intimidate us, are not the same person. So if it's not a member of his family, if it's not a cousin, if it's not someone else who is streetwise, this is literally an internet hoodweeb trying to antagonize and threaten content creators, active moms and dads, just regular dudes on the internet with pictures of stolen guns and or no ability to put his name on his threats to actually make them personable and show that, yes, I am actually threatening you, single player Carl. I'm gonna come into your house. Drop your Addy. Drop your Addy. Drop your Addy. Mind you, my very first response to him trying to threaten me was literally to say exactly my state and my city. And then he chose to not demonstrate the intelligence that he claimed he had to try to threaten me. Wasn't waiting for me. Oh no!
He ran.
Microphone's still muted. It's Georgia.
Give me that location.
No.
America. Columbus, Georgia. If this man was smart and he had intelligence, that would have been more than enough information for them to come pull up on my home. And then we can really get some fun in. But unfortunately, we will have to just deal with doing things the right way. Is what it is. Is what it is. So let it be shown for the record that when single player Carl was challenged by a schizophrenic threatening him with guns, he said, "Pull up." Also, yeah, you were fucking gobbling your microphone, whore. You were gobbling your microphone. But listen, this is why you gotta tune in to a single player Carl stream. You have no idea what's going to happen next. So, those that came in and had no idea, no clue, or were new posters that had been brought in and was paying attention because of this all developing. This is the end. This is the end. This man's probably going to jail again. Assuming this is who it is, and I don't think it fucking is. I think this guy is gonna be embarrassed. I need to stop watching Nerdy Fruits Must Die. Actually, next movie night, we actually probably just want to sit down and watch some Star Kid musicals. I gotta catch up on them. And by them, I mean Nerdy Fruits Must Die. Although technically that's Heather's the musical. Anyways. This is what they had been dealing with the entire time. This man acting big and tough on the internet, saying he's law, saying he's gang affiliated, saying he's gonna come find us, saying he's gonna come find Lenore. Literally the same people going after Chibi Reviews. So now, it goes into the content cycle. Now Foggy's gonna cover it on the op block. If I give a shit to follow up with my friends in the other state, that will be something that'll be grand. That'll be wonderful and superb. But yeah, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not quaking in my boots. Just being that ass. I'm not quaking in my boots. And simply to address it, because I did say that I saw it last night, it is important to remind people that while we have fun at the expense of retarded people, that does not mean we need to go out of our way to go stalk them. I'm not going to use names, but I am looking at the people in question, especially since they are new joiners that still have the symbol next to their name. It is important for you to remember, let the big boys handle the job. You don't need to insult, you don't have to jump in and get involved in the middle of the drama. All you gotta do is give information. Give information, make everybody aware, get together on it, and we all enjoy the stupidity. Because people like this are not serious people. If these threats are legitimate and serious, they will be handled thusly. Trying to become Kiwi forms where you jump into the middle, you don't have to rush to that extremes. Y'all gotta do all that. That being said, that is the long and the short of it. Man got mad. Okay. I'm just repeating what I know you told me last night. But Hood Weeb got mad. He got caught trying to defend CSAM. He got really pressed for 6 days. And then 2 white women and a nigga. The New Threes Company. 7 hours. All it took was a smug look. And 7 hours. That's tough acting. With that Carl formula. All new, all branded. And during Black History Month, no less! Alright. We got it all out of our system. Let us get to our regularly scheduled Carl content. BookTube implosion. Switching gears. Okay. Uploaded by Naomi King. Views before becoming unlisted. Big video by Naomi King, not naming Naomi King explicitly. Initial video introducing King. Initial load it up. Second video, Naomi King's sorry video. The letter that was cut out. Get no second longer response. Airing anonymous allegations. Some booktubers who responded and since taken on responses: Jack and Dixer, Blackberry Viking, Mercy Napier. So, I'm out. Wonderful that this happens to be in the order in which it is. So, this news story is completely fresh to me. From what I can understand, this is some highly retarded shit. So I'm going to be learning in real time as possible and trying to understand why this particular woman, Naomi King, chose to act out the way that they did. So let us start with the first one. Put it on the screen, put it on the screen. Because these are on the Internet Archive, and if it has picture-in-picture, I don't know how it's going to function. Internet Archive's really bad about picture-in-picture. There we go.
Guys, it is 8 in the morning, and I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got splotches of dye in my face, but that's fine.
Asian woman, but white women mentalities. You can't escape it.
I was just ruminating in the shower, and I just wanted to have a little talk, a discussion. I was just going to do this on Instagram, but I want to hear from, more people, so I figured I would make an actual video. And ask YouTube as well.
25 seconds in, and she's already vague posting so fucking hard, man.
I genuinely feel like manipulation and intent and all that should be included in the conversation of assault. For example, about 2 months ago, I had a friend turn out to not be a friend because he did shit I didn't want, he coerced me, all that. He basically went home and then was like, "You really have the worst of me," and then blocked me and hasn't spoken to me since. And on one hand, there was a part of me that was like, well, that was assault, but there was another part of me that was like, you didn't fucking fight back, so, you know.
Vague posting as hard as one possibly can. So, assuming that this is the man in question who is being accused, the individual by the name of Daniel Green, let us set the stage with who this and these people are. So, the woman here with the full sleeve tattoo, trying desperately to look as the most white-coated Asian woman that you've ever seen before, is Naomi King. And the man in question, that she is... Yeah, it's sped up. That they're non-binary. Okay. This individual is Naomi King, and the person in question being accused of these vague posts already is... Wrong screen. Being accused of these vague posts is Daniel Green, as seen here. Booktuber and internet personality Daniel Green and YouTuber Naomi King have been making headlines after King's allegations of misconduct and sexual assault against the former. On February 11th, King shared a tearful 34-minute video, now private on her channel, accusing Green of sexual assault. 2 years ago, YouTuber Daniel Green threatened to wipe me off social media, so if I disappear, you know who did it. This is the first posted. Publication date 2023, June 19th, of this first vague post. This video itself is 8 minutes and 48 seconds long. Continuing.
And I was basically this man's therapist for 3 fucking years. And as I slowly unraveled his story and figured it out, and kind of figured out why he does what he does, you know, it was all like a revelation to him, and now he's in therapy, blah, blah, blah. I recently got in contact with somebody he assaulted 7 years ago. And as she and I have been talking, it has become blatantly clear that none of what I figured out was a revelation. This man has been doing the same things, he has been using the same excuses, he's been manipulating and lying and coercing for almost a decade.
So, right here, we have multiple types of the Dark Triad. You have a manipulative individual who is now weaponizing the language of assault, weaponizing the language of therapy, weaponizing the narrative and lack thereof of information, using vague posts in a way to bait reaction, way far before the allegations even broke out. She is going onto a camera effectively to put another person in a position to defend themselves because they feel bad that they had a sexual interaction that they wanted to say no to, didn't say no to because they, quote, felt manipulated, and now are going to manipulate the situation from the onset. This is, so far as I can establish it, the first node on the timeline. I already do not trust this person.
So at that point, it's like, okay, you know, looking into laws and stuff like that, every law is explicitly like, if you did something and then you regret it after, it's not assault.
That is correct, because it's not assault. If we can retroactively turn every single choice of a regretful sexual altercation into rape, there will be plenty of women that are going to go to jail, the same way that there would be plenty of men. And unfortunately, no, just because you chose to fuck the nerd and you found out that that nerd could fucking put you through the goddamn bed frame does not mean you then accuse him of sexual assault because you're so embarrassed to be associated with him. Literally. It's the inverse of the kissless virgin putting the shrinking violet on the spot and saying, yeah, I fucked, I cream pied. It's now you, the it girl, the hot girl in the city during hot girl summer, while we're pumping Brent Fayez in the car, getting mad that the Dusty made you a cripple for 4 hours and then cooked you bacon afterwards. It's embarrassing.
But they don't take into account how good so many predators are at lying and setting up the situations.
So now, you're framing him as a manipulative predator who went out to seek to put you in this sexual situation, to manipulate you into the sex. And I doubt that's what happened. I highly doubt that's what happened. Only a sexual assault after if coercion was involved. I doubt that is here. I'm trying to remember what the statute is for Georgia. I'm pretty sure it's the same as everywhere else. If the man in question is the victim, I'm pretty sure we still fall under the Duluth model. Everywhere else, especially in the West Coast, I know that it's the Duluth model. In certain places, they require evidence, and they require the circumstances to show that it is consistent with someone who basically has been shocked and was saying that it was consensual only because they have no ability to really, pinpoint whether they really felt that they were coerced or not. In this situation, considering this is high profile and this is about life ruination, if I were on this jury, I would say that she's lying. If I was the judge, I would rule against her, only in the capacity of attempting to get him sent to jail and registered as a sex offender. Because it's very clear she's manipulating information to get the outcome what she wants, which is whatever hurts him the most. So that's why she's using, they are using this language.
I found this conversation with him that I had actually taken a photo of. Basically, when I got back from Vegas, which is where he did it, we were still friends, but my mind was like, yeah, no, that was fucked up. You need to start, capturing the proof, because this man never said anything unless he was on like video chat or in person. But reading that conversation that I'd photographed, it was so clear that he knew exactly what to say. Nothing he said was incriminating. Everything was like a... Anyway, basically, the point is, if I...
So she is now jumping straight through the personality theory of the Dark Triad instantly. Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy. He knows what to say, but he controls it in such a way that it has to do with narcissism, with how he feels. And he's so manipulative that he, like, all of these things that he pretended were new to him, I got in touch with a victim of his and I found out that he manipulated me. He used me.
If I had been the only person, I would have been like, okay, that was fucked up. You piece of shit, go to therapy. But it's, discovering that it was all premeditated and it was all planned. And for 3 years, it was just like manipulating and building up to this. And he's been doing it for 7 years. It's kind of...
Pause. I doubt that if this individual put in that much time to manipulate you for 7 years straight, for 3 years straight to get you in bed. Does that mean that it can't happen? No. There are plenty of people that will be hangers-on. Whether or not they are the male feminist type or they are the dark triad type that will manipulate you into bed because they simply act dark and aloof. But unfortunately, what you're describing here is a person who understands women. Because, like, receipts or it didn't happen. Cuckoo, cuckoo, how the fuck you? Thank you for your memberships. Na 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 na. If this were legitimate...
Straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
If this was legitimate, then you would just simply go to the police. Your first video would not be you vague posting.
The fuck are you doing?
You wouldn't be vague posting about you getting assaulted in another state. It's whatever.
You were eating straight eggs,
like,
no bacon. The
at that
fuck
point,
are you doing?
100%, it is assault. And then you look at other, this happens quite a lot, where I'm just going to use men and women as an example. You can swap the genders and not all men. But I'm just going to,
The fuck are you doing?
There's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long term. This is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person. That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know.
I appreciate struggling.
And wants to be with her in the long term and has essentially made her feel that way.
Apparently they did go to the cops and they told her it wasn't assault. Yeah, because it's not assault. Also, just because the alerts were kind of playing through a little bit of that, let me rewind to the beginning of her sentence.
Like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person. That, they are looking for men. Use men and women as an example. You can swap the genders and not all men. But I'm just going to, for example. There's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long term. This is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person.
So that, Naomi, is called a fuckboy. You know what we learned out here as hash-slinging slashers? We learned to pick up at one which women want and then give it to them. Now, of course, I am a fuckboy reformed. I like my woman. I like Star. We're gonna do debaucherous things to each other. And you see, in the proceedings of people wanting to do shit with the intention of getting you in bed, what you just described is not assault. That is barely coercion, in the sense that he's saying what you want to hear. You don't vet them well enough. You don't make them wait for it. You don't make them work for it. You have sex with them because now you're emotionally attached. And them doing the equivalent of "That's bitch" is not assault to the degree that you have been raped. Let's be serious. It's not rape. You regret having sex with a person that you felt manipulated you. Sure, that is one part of the dark triad, but guess why that works? Anybody want to take a guess on why that works? It's because they are picking up on the signs that women as a dating group have put out into the dating marketplace. It doesn't work if you actually guard your chastity and you don't jump into bed with men that are sweet talking you. Because it means you don't know what pillow talk is, which is weird.
That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know and wants to be with her in the long term and has essentially made her feel that way emotionally.
Which I suppose, if we're being serious, is a form of emotional manipulation, but it's not the kind of emotional manipulation like you are a fantasy character being fucked by the equivalent of fucking Wormtail. Or Wormtongue, excuse me. Lord Baelish.
And then a lot of the times they'll fuck and then the guy will be like, alright, peace. That's assault. You know?
No, it is not assault. If he did not hold you down and take it against you while you were in a state of duress, actively calling for help, it is not assault. It's a form of fuckboy coercion, let's call it that. Between enthusiastic consent and rape. This is fuckboy manipulation. He's not forcing you into doing anything. He may be emotionally manipulating you to the point where he's playing on your heartstrings and he's playing fucking Stairway to Heaven. Or, a Japanese city pop guitar. But he isn't, he's not doing anything that you wouldn't want. Like, I'm with Struggler here, what he just said. As an it girl, as an it girl in Hot Girl Summer, you should have a fuckboy radar. The fact that you did not detect him on your fuckboy radar tells me two things. One, you knew, and two, you wanted those back shots. You wanted those back shots. Or, in the alternate reality, one, you didn't have the radar on, or you ignored the signs, and then two, when you got upset with him and you couldn't punish him directly by either making him pay for it, by making him a food nigga, embarrassing him socially, or really vetting out the way that you wanted to go about antagonizing him for your followers, you chose to take the third route, which was you went to the police, they said, I can't do anything for you, you wanted that dick for real, for real. You couldn't embarrass him outright, so you didn't feel comfortable enough to say his name here, so you decided to vague post about him on your YouTube channel. And then you tried to hide, private, and or delete your information to the point that people felt necessary to do archaeological grievances to go find legitimate examples of you trying desperately to attack a man and destroy his reputation because you wanted to do life ruination. Were the back shots that good? Did he drive you that insane? Was it really that real? Did you feel it? Did the earth move when you fell down? Because you hit the ground pretty hard.
And then, if the woman is like, well, okay, fuck, now I feel completely used, I feel completely violated, especially when it comes to the things of, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex and then he did something that you didn't fucking want, but then the police are like, but you consented to it. Now
So, while you're making this horrible face, Naomi, communication. If you thought he was going to do one thing, I really have a talent for pausing on great frames. If you thought he was going to do one thing, Yep. J-Stalk. Yeah. This will be story number 2. But, crazy. Oh, Stephen Bunnell is going to have himself a wonderful day. But anyways, That'll be story number 2 behind this. Where was I? Brain fart. If you had a certain kind of hand clasping, hand holding, please be gentle type sex, and he just fucking railed your shit on your knees with no support, no pillow, that is not assault either. Yeah, it's a continuation of the lawsuit that Pixie said she was going to go about. Jay Stalk has decided to drop the documents himself onto Twitter. Anyways, back on this. If you throw it back thinking you're finna ride him doggy and he sticks it in your butt and you don't tell him, take that shit out of my ass, and you keep going, yes, you consented. Just because you had sex that you did not intend to, that you did not put a stop to, does not mean you can then go to the police to go afterwards to fight for the sanctity of your butthole. Allegedly, of course. I have no idea what this man did to her, but whatever it is, she's upset about it that she liked it.
You're just right. And then, if the woman is like, well, okay, fuck. Now I feel completely used. I feel completely violated. Especially when it comes to the things of, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex and then he did something that you didn't fucking want. But then the police are like, but you consented to it. Now you're just regretting it afterwards. What do you think? Obviously, this would...
I think that you are going to the police because you're upset and regretting it afterwards. The fuck? Your facial expressions are not going to make me safe online?
Just open a can of worms for a whole bunch of other problems and, false reports and shit. But I genuinely believe that, intent and manipulation needs to be a part of the conversation when it comes to consent. Especially, when you look...
Okay, so, what? It's not 100% true someone can go into shock? Yes, I agree with you. Unfortunately, that's not where she was going with it. So if we're going to talk about the whole consideration of it, that was my next sentence. If we're going to talk about the whole consideration of it, you go into shock, afterwards you don't recollect, and sit down and talk to him about how you felt about the fact that he did this to you, and you didn't have that conversation. If in this alternate universe where you had that conversation with him, where, let's say it was anal, hey, Daniel, I don't like the fact that you went in my back hole. I was not prepared for it. Even though in the moment I allowed it to happen, I don't ever want you to do that again. Please do not defile me like that. I'm not one of these whores. Then, if he then said, bitch, I don't fucking care, you liked it, you came, didn't you? Then you can be upset. Then you can say, oh, I've been violated. Because, this never gets considered from the angle of the man. Because, of course, a man is always eager, so why would a man never say no? Covering all bases on this, Naomi is basically playing perpetual permanent female victim, despite being non-binary. It is a serious conversation made goofy by playing the victim and basically absolving all consequences to the hands of, well, no matter what I think, what do the women in my audience think? It's begging the question.
You look into laws, it's like, okay, what counts as sexual assault? Non-consensual penetration. If you look into the laws in Nevada, in Vegas, it is only assault if there was penetration.
Yeah, that's the Duluth model. Yeah, that's the Duluth model. Isn't it great? Isn't it wonderful, Naomi? A man can only be considered a victim if he gets raped in the ass. If he gets forcefully enveloped, not a problem.
Otherwise, you have to file under, grossness and lewd behavior? But that's basically if you whipped out your dick in public. So you have to either be flat out assaulted, and then there's no other middle ground. I'm fine, as fucked up as it was, and it did make my PTSD go through the roof. And that's another thing. Obviously, anyone watching this that's kind of been through some fucked up emotional manipulation.
Signal boosting to the girlies, signal boosting to the girlies, signal boosting to the girlies.
That leaves you with PTSD as well. It's not just the physical assault that fucks people up. It's the emotional assault. And like so many people consent to things that they didn't actually want. They just did it for the person that they were interested in, and they were like, this might go somewhere. And then if that person was actually a predator, chances are they did shit that you didn't really want, left you feeling kind of skeezy. You're like, maybe this could be okay if they like apologize, and then they're like, all right, peace. And you're like, oh, okay. Feel like I was assaulted, but I can't call it that.
So if you never have the conversation with them, then the onus is on you. If you have the conversation and they ignore your emotions, then they never cared about you. You picked a shit one. Pick better men. The onus is on them to improve, but you've done everything you can do. And unfortunately, the police can't get involved there. Because if we start throwing men and women in jail for pushing themselves onto people who do not want sexual altercations that they're being forced by social pressure to get involved in, a lot of people are going to jail. A lot of people are going to jail. And all the hot girls are going to jail too.
People are fucked up. Anyway.
People are fucked up. Now allow me to litigate my problems onto the internet so that I can socially antagonize this man, while still not naming him.
What are your thoughts on this matter? So that's the conversation I want to have. I think that manipulation and long-term, even short-term, lying to get what you want needs to be a part of the conversation when it comes to consent. Because some people consent to things and then find out that it was not at all what they thought it was. Does that make sense? So someone consenting to sleep with someone because they're dating and it's going somewhere and they feel safe and that's what it's going to be, that's what they consented to. If that person then has sex with them and is like, if that person then has sex with them and is like, all right, cool, that's all I wanted, you're an idiot for believing my lies. They didn't consent to that. And I'm not saying that's what happened to me, but like just an example, there's a lot of people who have been through this. So for anyone,
you cannot consent to the universe where you get all the good outcomes. You consent to the universe of the action. And what follows after the action is outside of that scope. Because now you're prognosticating on decisions. Like you're playing life like it's a fucking visual novel that you can see the routes for. And in the I love this man so much I'm having all his babies route, the onus is still on you to pick better men. Flip the roles, it's still an onus on you to pick better women. So the circumstances, it's still on you to pick better non-binary aces in the hole. You still have to pick better people to be intimate with. You can't get away from that. No amount of projecting to the girlies and trying to get the girlies on your side to feel sympathy for you, as you sympathy post and vague post, is going to remove that reality.
that has experienced this, what do you think? Obviously, there's more extreme cases. For some it's like, yeah, that happened, but it wasn't so bad. And for some it's like, yeah, no, I felt completely manipulated and lied to and assaulted, and it's been following me, and I can't describe why, because people tell me it's not assault.
Your tears are real, your emotions are real, but the narrative that you're spinning here...
Anyway, I'm running out of battery, so that's perfect timing. Let me know. What do you guys think? For 3 years, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
The world's smallest violin. And it's playing with a hip-hop backbeat. Being trumped to by a synchronized dance team of Allison Stoner, Julia Steins, and that one girl from Spy Kids 3D Game Over. This one brings us to video number 2. The initial Naomi King accusation video. This post, the 10th of this year, the 10th of this month, in this year, of receiving a cease and desist from Daniel Green. Which I believe should be this exact same post. Yes, it's a re-upload of it. Double checking. Yes, he's posted the exact same. I received a cease and desist, large letters, from Daniel Green, Naomi King, re-upload. She has since unlisted this video. And now we move to the concurrent timeline in the future. So, she opened the conversation about this assault by choosing to attack him first by vague posting around a year and a half ago, and then relitigates the issue and opens it back up for conversation here with this cease and desist.
2 years ago, YouTuber Daniel Green threatened to wipe me off of social media.
Some of these things are blotted out, but the post says, "We intend to present these in actions against you and in our efforts to remove you from your platforms. If this behavior occurs again, action will be taken against you to block you from all social media platforms. We will take action to remove your site and prevent you from further posting."
So if I disappear, you'll know who did it.
So, putting this into context with her original video posted onto the Internet Archive, you wanted to litigate an example against this man so that in the future you could then take the victim stance, utilizing the dark triad yourself of manipulating audiences using, I would say, not extreme sociopathy, but high levels of antisocial sociopathy to disassociate enough to justify attacking a person that you've decided you wanted to frame as an internet celebrity that assaulted you and worked in the effort of trying to get into your pants for 3 years, which at that time of date means that this sexual encounter might have occurred around then, but had been going and had been in the works for as far back as 2018, 2019, 2020? Which, damn, that's crazy. He blew you back out in the Luxor. And then you litigated it and made people aware of it by vague posting in front of your audience. And now you're bringing it back in again and utilizing the power and the social pressure of a cancellation mob to ensure that his hands are now tied in the court of public opinion. So anything he does will be seen as, "I'm destroying and removing you from your platforms."
If this behavior occurs again, action will be taken against you to block you from all social media platforms. We will take action to remove your site and prevent you from further posting. Let's talk about why. In June of 2023, I made a video and posted it here on YouTube. It was titled "A Conversation About Manipulation, Consent, and Assault." It was a general video on, just a discussion of consent and assault and all that. In it, I gave a very brief and vague personal example. I said that I had a friend turn out to not be a friend, and that he assaulted me, and that I had been in contact with a person who said he assaulted her. Again, I did not identify who I was talking about at all. I did not say what this person's name was. I did not describe what they looked like. I did not describe where they lived, where they were from, what they did for work. Nothing. 8 days later...
But the problem is that you did. You said, "I had a friend that I cut off X amount of time ago." You gave enough identifying factors that are vague enough that you could be able to get around the rules, while at the same time giving enough identifying factors, because I believe you posted about it. It is not here inside of the gaggle of information, as was collected by the Redditor, and then as was handed to me by Horror. But I'm pretty sure if I put my fucking finger on this, I can find pictures of you with him going to there, which then gives everybody the context to know exactly who you're talking about. It's like saying, "I went on the worst date of my life," but if I had gone on some type of date, in an alternate reality where I'm not with Star, I had pictures of me with a woman, or pictures of me with a man, pictures of me with them, laughing, giggling, shushing, and then on all of my social media feeds, immediate radio silence and a radio contact, and then I slowly start pulling all those pictures away. People with an eagle eye and an eagle mind that understands digital forensics will say, "Well, simply, he's upset because he went on the date with a person and she didn't work out very well." Everyone can do that. Anyone can do that. It is my suspicion that you posted about it not just on YouTube, but in other places as well. Which is why that litigation there assuming that is a cease and desist from Daniel, lists if you do this action again. Again implies recursion. You did it before. Why would they be sending you a cease and desist over something that's vague, that is covered under plausible deniability? That doesn't make sense. Because now he's legally incriminating himself and actively ruining himself. And if we're assuming and going down the pipeline of he is Dark Triad, why would he destroy his public persona? Basically, what's currently still going on with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and Justin Baldoni, which apparently he did something stupid the other night on SNL. Why incriminate yourself when you can simply just say nothing and see what happens next? I don't believe that it was out of nowhere. You did something. You said something somewhere. You were talking in a place where you were then caught, and then they addressed you here, directly to you. So now, you can no longer vague boast about it. Now you're being explicit about involving him, while utilizing all the social tricks that go along with putting yourself in the victimized position. At this point, you're no longer just a legitimate victim, or a very upset victim. Now, you're doing it for attention, and you're doing it for clout. And possible money. If anything, a scalp.
I received a cease and desist from Daniel Green's lawyer, threatening me with a lawsuit, demanding that I take that video down in 24 hours, or they would sue me for slander and defamation, they would bury me under legal fees, and they would wipe me off of social media.
I agree. She does talk like an extremely traumatized person. Apparently, if we take her word for it, from her first video, she's been fucked by... That's a horrible sentence, Carl. She's been fucked by fuckboys before. And I think she should probably not be in relationships and not be having sex, because she needs to first work on her shadow work. Until she's in a mentally healthy state, though she now has the tools to recognize what fuckboys are, and help herself be able to keep safe from them in the future.
Again, I never said that that video was about Daniel. Not once. I never identified who it was about. I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. Daniel knows that. In fact, that was something that I said to his lawyer. I told his lawyer, I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. Daniel knows that. If he thinks that video's about him, that just says something about how he views his own behavior.
So, once again, begging the question of why should you feel that this is inconsiderate? Because now she's weaponizing the exact thought line that I just explained. It's a flowchart. Why do you think that it's about you? You know that I go all the time to go get tattooed like this. That just means that you feel guilty. So now, by doing lawfare in public, she attempts to make a joke of, if we're being serious, a legitimate example of turning a legitimate lawsuit or cease and desist that could end here, and now attempting to turn it into a lawsuit by implying he's trying to use the law to abuse a woman even further. He already abused me and took my chastity from me and made me feel unsafe, and now he's demonstrating he can do whatever he wants. YouTube, help me! Complete with the fucking face. The all shame tactics. Every single bit of it. Shame tactics. Not only are you giving explicit details that implicate him, you're now attempting to use shame tactics to beggar the question. Again, if I was on the jury, I would say this hoe's lying. If I was the judge, I would rule explicitly against her and dismiss the case. Because this is never how a victim should act. Can they be petty? Yes. Should they ever choose to then litigate their problems in public and not keep it in a law and in a court? No. I would actually rule that the moment that you start doing this shit as a YouTuber, and you're not doing it because specifically they're trying to weaponize this tool against you, so you have to bring it to people's attention and then do everything you can to keep it as legal as possible. The moment that you trying to do this and then play the victim position, there needs to be a fucking rule. There needs to be a law in our books where you cannot use the court of public opinion to litigate the issue. Because realistically, how many times have we seen this happen literally this year or in the last 5 years alone? Jordan Neely just got fucking acquitted. And how hard were they pushing to try and get him fucking to get him fucked over? And then Luigi Mannioni and other people like them. Of course, that's over things like, you know, a man trying to do his civil duty to protect fellow citizens on a train being harassed by an individual who also needed mental health. And a man legitimately committing an act of murder, bragging about it, getting away with it, and only being caught because somebody wanted to call the Crime Stopper number, whether it was to get the tip or not to get the tip. Like, serious, legitimate things happen all the time. And the fact that, unfortunately, one step above an e-girl is using it as a way to get back at a guy because she didn't like the sex she had with him, that should really be grounds for immediate mistrial, in my opinion. But I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But it is snark. How about it?
So I did not take that video down. They gave me 24 hours or they would sue me. I never heard back from his lawyer, despite the fact that I asked her a direct question. She called him a medical professional. As far as I know, I don't think he's a doctor. I'm assuming that was a typo, or they forgot to remove it from the template. I sent this cease and desist to someone, and she's read a lot of them in her life, and she said that this was one of the most aggressive cease and desists she had ever read in her life. She also said that if she hadn't known what this was about, she would have thought it was a cease and desist in regards to a bad review on Yelp for a doctor. Because they brought up Yelp like 8 times. They didn't want me talking about him ever again. But again, I never said that video was about him. Now, they also accuse me of harassment and invasion of privacy, which I'm not afraid to address. I have nothing to hide. After what...
Invasion of privacy, I can address it. I have nothing to hide. If you had nothing to hide, you would have used his name in your first video and you would have explained about how bad his dick was. You would have made fun of him, and you would have made fun of his faces, you would have made fun of his eyes, you would have made fun of the way that his body locks up when he nuts. You would have done anything and everything to just simply put all your unnecessary sexual business out there. More so than you've already done, to the degree of trying to keep it vague. So that you can vague post and say, well, why are you mad? Question mark, smiley face. Aubrey Plaza, you are not. I'm not convinced, man. I'm really not convinced. Also very good. Glad to hear that, Mammoth.
What he did to me in Vegas, I reached out to his partner. Because I needed her to know.
Maybe there's a chance that she's just trying to see justice. And then I reached out to his partner. No! Did you know that your boyfriend hit me with that sloppy dick? Do you know how bad I was giving him these back shots? He had me in the lock circle going, mine. This is not funny. These are just jokes, but this is not funny.
Know that what had happened, I didn't want. I know what it's like to move country for somebody and then find out that they're a lying, cheating piece of shit. I needed her to know that I didn't want it.
Okay. You didn't want to have sex with him, but you did. And apparently fell for whatever he, quote, did to you and didn't say no. Are you implying that she moved across country to come be with Daniel? And then you're slandering him as a manipulative sociopath. That is the abuser of women. And you don't see why a person would then try to hit you with a cease and desist if you're willing to excoriate their character like this in public? Okay.
I needed her to know that he was sober and wide awake.
Okay. He was sober and wide awake. Now, this gives a lot of questions, Naomi, as you start going through your tears. Were you sober? Because now if we put alcohol into the mix, now we have to question, was he actually sober though? Were both of you drinking? Was one of you drinking and it was just you? Was one of you drinking and it was actually just him? Were neither of you drinking? What's real? What's true? What's fake? Where's your police report? Where's the breathalyzer test? Where's your rape kit? I'm not trying to fucking dramatize and make light of a woman's trauma. I'm asking legitimate, serious fucking questions. If he was sober, and he was cognizant, and you went and got tested, and you went and had a police report, and filed it, you would then have done a rape kit. Did he finish inside you? Did he use a condom? Did he leave any biological scars and or markings on your body as a part of the conjugal act? Did you document it? You went to the police, but you don't have a police report? It makes it feel really bullshit. I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking done crying about this shit. He was sober and wide awake, and I was half asleep and on drugs.
He was sober and wide awake, and I was half asleep and on drugs. What kind of drugs? And also, going white screen for a second. Now I gotta reline it. Fuck me.
It's like, hey, I can leave this on while I sleep. About what he did to me in bed, because it's kind of heavy, bad. Friend trip, make things very clear. I am not denying having hit.
Fucking Christ, did it skip forward? Yes, it did. I hate when it does that. Put this here.
On Yelp. While we talk, I'm not a friend. I go asleep in the morning, which he knew.
I've been taking 40 milligrams of... Oh my fucking god. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna drag it from the left corner this time. I've been taking 40 milligram edibles every 2 hours the entire day because it was 4:20. The message was on my first dose. Dope. I'm gonna try and sleep on the plane so I have 9 energy. 40 milligrams. Gonna go to the pool now. Holy fuck, how high are you gonna be? A good amount. 50 milligrams is fun time in space. 40 milligrams is fun time on Earth. Ha 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 ha. Here's strike one. You imbibe substances to get loose and be comfortable with a man that was within the realm of possibility of you having sex with, because you did. Assumptively, if you were comfortable to do this, you were more than happy to do it because they were not partnered at the time. So by you choosing to go to his then, or I guess now, girlfriend, to communicate that you didn't want the sex that you had with him that night because he was sober and I was not, you were at fault for the situation and the circumstances you put yourself in by what you chose to imbibe in your body. Because, and let's just do a 1-2 poll of the chat. Women in my chat, men I don't want to see from you. If you are a man, put a 3. Women in my chat, 1. If a man comes to your house or you are having intimacy with someone you trust, are you going to feel more safe or less safe imbibing something that will alter your state of mind? 1 if yes, 2 if no. Almanac. It's like popping your back in the morning. I see 1 3. I see you too. So what happened to my chat? Refresh. Is my shit working? My Botrix chat seems to not be working. That's whatever. But I'm going to go and make a very wide assumption that even with people that you are already intimately familiar, you are, in fact, not going to be high on a substance. Unless you feel really comfortable and it's something that you already have a fucking handle on. So then I'm going to ask version 2 of this question. If you are about to get intimate with somebody that you don't know, and that you're not completely comfortable with, are you going to take a substance that's going to alter your state of mind? 1 if yes, 2 if no, 3 if you're a man. I'm going to take a very, very, very easy stretch of the imagination and assume most answers are going to be no. And the simple answer is the exact same flip if I ask this question for the other gender. You have to take accountability for the fucking shit you put yourself on. You want to take drugs to get high and then go swimming in a pool? Something that they tell you that you shouldn't do. Because if you're in an altered state of reality, like if you're in an altered state of mind to the point that you can't do something like survival in a situation such as swimming, what makes you think you have enough cognizance for consent to sex? Because you see, these are details that were not included in your first video. You did not add on information that you were in an altered state of mind that you chose to put yourself into with your own consumption. You can then turn around and say, well, he wasn't concerned. He said, lol, you're gonna be high. And he saw it as his opportunity to finally have me. Accountability. Lack thereof. Accountability and lack thereof.
I had arrived in Vegas in the morning, and I spent 420 just getting baked by the pool, taking 40 milligram edibles all day because it was fucking 420. I went to sleep because
I wanted to get high. Listen, I got fucked in the butt because I was high.
Because his flight was going to land late in the evening, and it would be about midnight before he would arrive. I specifically asked him to bring coffee if he wanted to stay up and talk.
He did not bring coffee. Got on board Wi-Fi for the next 20 minutes. Had to watch an ad for it. Just wanted to say it's exciting and can't wait to chill. Nice. Can you buy iced coffees or something when you're at CVS in case you want to stay up and talk? I'm going to try and sleep. I had a big dinner. Works for me. Though we might want to crash and start early tomorrow. Either way, I am happy. Smiley faces, smiley faces, smiley faces. Yeah. Grab some in case. I'll make sure one is vegan.
We asked him to bring coffee. He said, nope, let's just sleep. We'll hang out in the morning. He turned up at midnight, sober and awake, and pressured me, half asleep and on drugs, into sexual things that he and I had agreed beforehand would not happen.
Do you have the texts? Do you have proof of this? Please show me. Please tell me you have something. Alright, you have nothing. So, off of words alone, we should say that it wasn't me, it was the drugs. The drugs made me horny. Bold strategy, Cottonelle!
I repeatedly asked him if we could just sleep and talk in the morning. I was halfway through a sentence when he pushed me over and shoved his tongue in my mouth. He repeatedly tried to stick his penis in me, saying, come on, just the tip, just the tip. I repeatedly pushed his penis away, saying, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube. Because I have medical conditions, one of which is idiopathic hypogonadotropic hypogonadism.
Okay, so, Naomi, I'm gonna be so serious. And we're back! My internet dropped for half a second. Literally as I started that sentence. Nail me. I'm a hold your digital hand when I say this. We're not having sex without lube is not, we're not having sex. I have to be so fucking serious. We're not having sex without lube is not, we're not having sex, get your penis away from me. Help, That's not the same thing. Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
It can make sex very painful for me. I cannot self-lubricate or stretch, which he knows.
A lot of information that we as audience members should not be receiving. A lot of information that as audience members, it seems the filters are working again, that as audience members, we should not be receiving. We should not be aware of your medical conditions about your vagina. We shouldn't know them. I shouldn't know them. The fact that we know them because you've now put them out there implies that you have had deep, intimate conversations about your vaginal condition. So, here's what I can surmise from the information you just gave us at 6 minutes and 12 seconds in this 3-4 minute video. You had a conversation at some point in the future about sexual intercourse. And you explained how that works for you. Which means, if this was just a friend, you say he's just a friend, but actually you mean he's a 10. Oh, you wanted to have sex with him, but you didn't really want to right then. You thought you could say it was just a thing. Oh, it was a fling. That's the reality here. There is this guy that was a guy friend, but also he was hot to you. You felt comfortable with him, where you could have deep, intimate conversations while high on drugs, but also you thought he was kind of a catch. And you talked to him before sexually about things that were intimate for you. And rather than plant your boundary and explain that you're never having sex with him, you at some point in the future communicated that you would be down. Because according to you, in your logic, you're high on drugs. He's not. Why weren't both of you getting high on drugs? Why are you not getting separate rooms? Because you're hanging out together and therefore to save money you're going to get the same hotel room? There are so many details that we should not have that you are giving us. And it makes me not trust. It makes me not trust.
He kept trying to shove it in me. I kept pushing his dick away, just repeating, I'm not having sex at lube, I'm not having sex at lube. Jerking off onto me, moaning about how long he'd dreamt about it. It was fucking disgusting.
Your tears does not make me believe that that's something that happened. Again, I'm not doubting and or just shaming and or throwing away a woman's emotional reaction. I don't believe tears. I don't believe tears. You got all this other information, but you ain't got recording of this? Because I know people and have worked with people that they have been so on edge because of not wanting to be taken advantage of, that they will try to record things with the intention of trying to find the moment of consent. You should know this as somebody who takes drugs, that you cannot trust your state of mind when you are high. So, you'll simply get information to help you ensure that what happened is what happened. You would not need to show us the sexual act, you would only need to play the audio of the instance, because this should be easy to capture. Of course, this is me thinking on my Machiavellian time. But I don't believe the tears. I'm sorry. I don't. Like, I'm just being serious. I would remove any possibility of you being wrong before you go forward and do anything, so that you know that you're not saying something that isn't true. But considering that you've already deceived the audience and manipulated them, anything you say now must be taken with a grain of salt and has to be trusted but verified. I don't listen but believe. I trust but verify. Also, I feel sorry for you. I apologize that happened to you, Snakes.
The shit he said. I was half asleep and on drugs. I didn't fucking want it. He told me he wanted to take me on a friendship trip. He told me he wanted to spoil me as a friend. Weird.
I don't know how else to say this to you, but he fucks his friends. Naomi King, he fucks his friends. That's not funny, Carl. But it is funny, Carl. But that's not funny, Carl. He fucks his friends. He fucks his friends. He slangs dick.
We agreed beforehand we were just friends. He turned up at midnight and immediately went against his word. I didn't have time to fucking think. Anyway, I reached out to his girlfriend because I felt like shit. And I know what it's like to be cheated on, and it fucking sucks.
So he was with a girlfriend at the time. Shame on him.
She replied and asked me for the truth.
Whoop. Beep. Kayla blank. Sunday, May 7th. So this lines up. Naomi, for 2 years, what exactly went on behind my back between you? I'd like to have to at least hear your words too. So, she says 3 years. So, at some point within 1 year of their friendship, he then started dating this woman, Kayla. Interesting. Tell me more.
She asked me for the truth. I was at the airport when I received that message. I headed home to send her the truth. By the time I got home, she had asked me to leave her alone, which I completely understood. So I respected that and I left her alone. A handful of days later, she reached out to me again to call me a vile, despicable human being. It was that message that made it very clear to me that she had been asking him for the truth, and he was still lying. There's no way in fucking hell you do that to me and then use me as a...
We were not having an affair. He was begging me for one. I talked him down from cheating multiple times. Message read, I feel like I finally know the full truth. You are both vile, despicable human beings to do this to another person. Over years, I am revolted by the mere sight of you. So, Naomi, let's talk about that fucking corner message there. We were not having an affair. He was begging me for one. Headphone warning. 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 Why are you still his friend? For years! Begging you to fuck! And you didn't cut him off? You're at fault! You stupid lazy bitch! It is the content creator's opinion that the two people involved may or may not be individuals that, as we arrive at the end of the story, will be revealed as disgusting human beings. However, it is the streamer's opinion that Naomi King is somebody who does not know how to argue for her own agency, and instead wants to blame things that have nothing to do with the actual accountability of the conversation around consent, sex, and coercion.
Fucking scapegoat. Jesus Christ.
It was always the conventions that got him. Conventions as in him going to events? Okay.
Disgusting. So, because she had once asked me for the truth and made it blatantly clear she had been asking him for it and that he was still lying, I sent her 8 pages that I had written, because this is how I fucking deal with shit. If I have something to say with somebody, I write it.
I've done this for friends and family. If I have something to say, I get it down and I make them listen. That is legitimate, because that's what Star does.
Down, and I make them listen. This was written and read to Daniel weeks before all of this. 8 pages. 1.5 pages of this was me calling him out for the way he had been treating me for 3 years.
Okay,
And
Block Switch is working again.
6.5 pages was me calling him out for his behavior in relationships and all the shit that he had been saying and doing behind his partner's back.
I will probably always be a cheater. Damn, that's crazy. Hey, Naomi, you know what you would have done if you wanted to be a friend to his girlfriend? You would have called him out about the fact that he's been trying to cheat on her with you and other women, and then you would have distanced yourself from him. You did not do that. So, fuck what you heard, this is what you're hearing. What I'm hearing is bullshit. But Carl, she's emotional, so she's obviously telling the truth. I mean, if we're using that logic, hey, you saw me get emotional. Therefore, you understand that I'm annoyed. Since the streamer's always right. If I start calling her words that associate with a French courtesan, that means it's legitimate. I joke.
For 2 years. I had proof that I fucking fought for her. I had proof that I fought for their relationship. I begged him to fucking talk to her. For 2 fucking years. Only to have him lie to get me alone, pressure me into sexual things that he agreed wouldn't happen, and then go home and use me as a scapegoat. She wanted the truth. He was still lying. He said she deserved to know everything, okay? He said she deserved to know everything, and by golly did I agree. In fact, I had 8 pages of proof that I had been telling him that for 2 fucking years. So I sent it to her. If he had truly told her everything, this shouldn't have made a fucking difference, but it looks like it did. And in case he is denying having ever heard this, here is the exact date and time I told him about it.
Super 5. March 28th, 2023. 11:06 p.m. I've had some time to figure out my thoughts and write them down. Let me know when you can talk again. I probably won't have time tomorrow, but the days after I'll have time. Okay, sounds good. Want to put something on the calendar? For sure. Smiley face. Today I'm free at 2 p.m., which would be 5 p.m. your time, or the day after or onwards. Let me know when you can have another talk. Would you have any time later at all? You are using smiley faces and emojis with a man who has been, in your words, and with your proof, as you have claimed, has been, because you didn't go through the document, you just put on the screen things from him, that you have been attempting to get to understand, I'm not fucking you. I'm not fucking you. You have a woman. You have a woman. I'm not fucking you. I'm not fucking you. Hey, you know what you should do to a person who you're going to accuse is going to be your potential sexually manipulative dark triad home slice? You probably don't use smiley-faced emoticon emojis. You probably start using hard text language. Just saying. We're not talking about, oh, I'm in public with a man and the man is literally in front of me, and if I disrespect him and I annoy him or I antagonize him, there's a chance that I could get hurt. You are miles away. Because assumptively, you don't live in the same city, you don't live in the same state, you had to go visit each other by taking planes to go to a mutual location that you like to frequent. You can say at a distance all this information and more. You do not need to placate him like this. Even then, that would still be manipulative roller coaster shit, but if we're gonna say that you should be consistent the entire way through, you probably don't communicate like that. Not even over text. Don't even give him the implication that there's a chance. That is on you.
The exact date and time I followed up about it, and the exact date and time we had that call. He thanked me for this. He thanked me on call, which I obviously don't have proof of. I unfortunately did not record our conversations.
You're willing to write down details and you're willing to air it out business, but you are not capable of being thorough and recording your phone calls and your altercations with a person who you claim that you are unsafe with and you do not feel comfortable with. I can hear horror in my head. I can just hear her in my head.
But 10 days later, completely of his own accord, he reached out to me again to thank me again for this very real wake-up call. Okay? I have proof that he heard this and that he thanked me for it. I have proof he said she deserved to know the truth, and I have proof that she
Fucking redacted like a goddamn fucking CIA goddamn novel. She deserved to know. My God, you didn't deserve this. I fucked up. I started acting like the voices in my head tell me I am.
asked me for the truth. Weeks after that happened, I made my video, a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. I did not think he was keeping tabs on me.
I didn't think that the emotionally manipulative man that would get into bed with me and would do all this shit would be able to then be willing to keep tabs on me and also use the information to then create a cover story that would remove details that would implicate him further and would instead put the onus and scapegoat position on me. I couldn't believe that a person that I didn't trust would be abusive and also manipulative like this. Damn!
At the time I received the cease and desist, I was already going through something. I was already dealing with some trauma. Oh, and by the way, he knew that I already had PTSD from previous trauma.
Blah, 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 blah. Get on with it.
I was already going through some shit. But this made it so much worse. Finding out that someone who hurt you is keeping tabs on you and watching you, even though they block you. I kept that video fucking vague, and I did it on purpose because I didn't want to start shit. I never.
Naomi. Let's just play that one more time. One more time.
You? I kept that video fucking vague, and I did it on purpose because I didn't want to start shit.
And one more time.
Block you? I kept that video fucking vague, and I did it on purpose.
And a fourth time.
Even though they block you. I kept that video fucking vague, and I did it on purpose because I didn't want to start shit.
Hey Naomi. If you don't want to start something, maybe don't talk about it publicly on your YouTube channel. Maybe don't put it there. And don't put it there for people to see. And don't vague post. Maybe don't vague post. Maybe don't air out your personal business that isn't everyone else's business to hear. How large is your YouTube channel? 134K? Yeah, Naomi. Considering that the views that were on this video are 30K a year ago, yeah, you didn't need to, do that. Because it appears that Naomi's main job is she is an actor, musician, author, and a bunch of other shit, by her own words. Big on Instagram, big on Facebook, has her Bandcamp, has an official website for her music, of which she publishes on her channel. And then also personal talks, like sexual trauma, PTSD, and my breast reduction. One which is from 4 years ago. Okay. Cool, Naomi. That's wonderful. Maybe do not air your fucking personal business to your, at the time of this recording, 134K viewers, and then expect them to remain silent about something that's personally affecting you. Let's continue.
I never said it was about him, and I'm not saying that it is. What I am saying is that he said it was about him, and that he threatened to sue me if I didn't take it down within 24 hours. But I left it up, and it's been up for almost 2 years. I know people are going to ask me why I didn't say something earlier.
Legitimate questions, which you should have a legitimate answer to. Welcome, Bolster.
I wasn't ready.
Oh, you weren't ready. So you were ready to vague post about it, but you weren't ready for the consequences that came after vague posting about it, and the shit you'd have to dealing with about it. Eye roll!
I mean, fuck, I thought I was ready, but I Jesus Christ. I guess not.
Don't put this on Jesus! Jesus was nowhere involved in any of these actions. He wasn't involved in the talking. He wasn't involved in the fucking. He wasn't involved in the consequences for the fucking. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this. This was you. You, Christ.
But I have to do this. I have stayed silent for almost 2 years, and that silence has not been good for my mental health. I don't think I will ever truly know peace if I allow him to silence me. And in case you're wondering if there have been any allegations against Daniel, there was. He told me about it.
Allegations, 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 allegations. Oh, my personal favorite. Allegations on Tumblr. Daniel Green is a rapist. He raped me in the summer of 2016. He is a YouTuber now with hundreds of thousands of followers. Spelled incorrectly. Do not follow him. He uses social justice issues for his own gain as a white straight man. He did many things to me without my consent, then raped me and left me to leave his father's house bleeding. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Feel free to reblog, honestly. I don't care anymore. I can't handle holding it in. Also done for attention and drama for me. Why redact the name of the victim? Why redact the name of the person who's reposting it? Why redact the name and the picture of the people in question? These things are now supposed to be and would be included in active, useful information for the intention of seeking justice. If you can't put your name on it, serious note, if you can't put your name on it, if you won't put your face on it, you cannot make a case about it. Because unfortunately, with this kind of behavior, and Naomi's behavior, anonymity when it comes to accusations is done. If you cannot put your name on it, and you cannot put evidence on it, then it doesn't fucking matter. We're done with social crusades. We're done with cancel culture. We're done with life ruination. Because this is not about keeping him and holding him accountable and him having to deal with personal consequences in his life. This is about destroying him. This is about destroying him. And worst of all, it led all the way back to fucking Tumblr. Eye roll. Hence why I said, what is wrong with you, you nasty bent? You chose to make your high on drugs sexual encounter into life ruination. And you chose to vague post about it to see if you could get sympathy and look for other cases of yours. So you could try to create a bigger wave when you went to slander him. That's the only answer. Because if you're going to be straightforward and serious, why are you not reading to us the 8-page letter? Every choice you made was opposite of what would get you the outcome that you wanted. We should never have heard about any of this. Anyways.
The only reason I know about it. He told me it was false. And that there's no way it could be true, because...
Some random Tumblr accusing me of rape at a time that I could literally not have been in that state. Unless it blows up, I think I'm going to see it and let it get buried. So notice Naomi, as you are doing the barest amount of no, stop, no, with your hands, please notice that he isn't even trying to bury the story. He is simply allowing it to go away because it's a random fucking accusation with absolutely no evidence, with no corroborating details that demonstrate anything that is true. This person is basically doing an even worse version of what you did. But what you did was you were willing to put names, details, and examples out there that would then implicate him as something that he did not do, or if he did do, it's not going down the way that you said that he did. Because for all the information you have to offer us, you don't have critical details of shit that you should be capable of easily corroborating. Like conversations that you had. All of the onus and all the information is on you.
He wasn't there at the time. Turns out he told Discord something different. He told Discord he was there, but he was only there to visit.
posts? Why can't people do full post messages? Please, do full screen messages. If you're going to put the message on the screen, categorically say that it is false. In 2016, I was living in Ireland from late summer to early the year. Before that, I only saw my dad for a couple weeks out of the year, and he was there the whole time because I was visiting him. This is someone taking what they know about me and trying to push it into something. I literally have receipts. I was either literally not where my dad lives, or I was with him because I was visiting him. Wasn't really looking forward to having sexual encounters while visiting my dad in Nashville.
Is it his father? So, I'm not saying that a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault is about Daniel. I never did. I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. My mama Batok lives there. My spirit dad. I have to say something.
That's nice.
I want to fucking breathe again.
I want to fucking
Jesus,
breathe
I
again.
was done crying about this.
All of this, by the way, you could have been able to edit out or simply just retake it and do it again. Because if we're being serious, you need to be professional. And what you're doing is just playing to the audience of being a victim.
If he did the things that I mentioned in that video, then that would mean it's a pattern. And if I woke up one day and saw another allegation somewhere, I would never forgive myself for saying nothing. Because Daniel likes to take his friends traveling. I wonder if they'll sue me.
I say again, Daniel fucks his friends. Naomi. If he likes taking women of certain sizes, hi Eleanor, if he likes taking women of certain sizes places with him, that he has already been clearly speaking to sexually to the point that they, in your case, are comfortable telling them about their very specific sexual dysfunctions that are medically caused, then that's on you.
Me over this. I'm not saying that other video is about him. I never did. This one's about him, and all I'm doing is sharing the cease and desist. All I'm doing is sharing the fact that he was keeping tabs on me even weeks after our friendship ended, and that he watched my video, and that he said it was about him, even though I never did, and that he went to a law firm and told them it was about him, and that he sent a lawyer after me to bark like a fucking dog and threaten me into silence. He threatened to sue me, he threatened to bury me under legal fees, he threatened to wipe me off of social media if I didn't take that video down in 24 hours. After I got this, anytime I got an email, it's gonna happen again, I guarantee you, anytime I saw that little notification on my phone, my stomach would fucking drop. Because I was fucking terrified. And it was his lawyer, again, coming after me to threaten me for something else. I spent a good year of my life looking over my shoulder, wondering what I could and couldn't say. Because apparently, if I talked about my life and the things that I have been through, even though, even if I never say who the fuck it was, apparently he was gonna come after me for it. Sorry, not apparently, confirmed. That's gonna happen again if I post this. But I want to feel okay again. And I don't think I ever will if I let him silence me. I will not let him silence me. And I will not let him bury this the way he likes things to get buried.
I mean, allowing a person to say something that has no evidence and then waiting to see if anything happens because of it is not him maliciously going out of his way to bury it. It is him literally just doing what a normal person would do. Does this make a noise? I wonder. While that sounds manipulative and evil, you're taking it to a degree that it is not, and it is extremely fucking lucid.
I think his followers deserve to know what kind of a man he is. Because, as his own lawyer said, he's done a good job building a positive reputation.
Okay, so that demonstrates the point that we all know is true. This was about harming him, and it was about attacking him, which means they are 100% within their right to choose to put you on the spot and hold you accountable for the fact that you're trying to cause life ruination. Unacceptable.
Medical profession. The kind of man he is when the cameras are not rolling. He's a liar. and a cheater. He is a vile, despicable human being, and those words come straight from the mouth of his own partner. I don't know if they're still together. I'm not looking him up. I never want to see his face again. The first thing I did when our friendship ended, I went to YouTube, I clicked on an icon of his video, and I hit Do Not Recommend channel. Because I never wanted to see his face again. But it turns out he was keeping tabs on me. Daniel is a vile, despicable human being, and the kind of man who would pressure one of his own best friends into sexual things while he's sober and awake, knowing very well that they are half asleep and on drugs. He is the kind of man to keep tabs on them, watch their videos, and hire a lawyer to try and threaten them into silence. He is the kind of man that would threaten a lawsuit, legal fees, and social media eradication over a video in which I never identified who I was talking about. That's the kind of man he is. I am done being silent. I don't know what's gonna happen. If I disappear, you'll know who did it.
You are not a victim inside of a horror film that is being chased by a supernatural killer, and you're not being hunted by a man that's trying to socially ruin you because you are at risk of destroying his social media empire. He is a stick twee of a man. I will show you all. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see the big bad rapist? I'm going to show you the big bad rapist again. This man. Right here. This is him. This is the Daniel Gray. This right here. This man right here. Daniel Gray. Sex fiend. Sex fiend.
I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll receive another cease and desist. I wonder if he'll go with
Yes.
the same lawyer.
I'll be going over everything. I have a thread right here. And in this thread is every single thing from her, as well as Daniel Green's responses, which includes clips from his fiance. It's all here in form.
She called him a medical professional. This was the revised version. It was titled Revised Cease and Desist. But they threatened defamation on a video that never said it was about him, and they called him a medical professional, and she accidentally sent me a blank email half an hour before the real one. So he might go with someone new. 4/20 of 2023, I spent alone in Vegas by the pool. 4/20 of 2024 was this.
Instagram story reel. Happy anniversary to the day one of my best friends pressured me into sexual things I didn't want to do while he was awake and sober, and I was just half asleep and on drugs. Happy 420. Hey, here's an idea. Stop traumatizing yourself with shit that you should be capable of moving forward from. If we want to be serious, something horrible happened to you. That's so sad. That's so sorry. You're still living in the trauma of it. You actually need a therapist. You actually have to go to therapy. You actually need a therapist. This is not healthy coping mechanisms. Your drug use clearly says that you have something inside you that you gotta fucking address. And Jesus. Maybe you should pray to Jesus. Maybe instead of taking his name in vain, you need to get on his knees and exaltate his name. You're going to hell, Carl. You're going to hell. You're going to hell.
And I'm not having that this year. I am done being silent. I don't know what this is gonna do. I don't need this to blow up. I don't want this to blow up.
You don't need it to blow up. You don't want it to blow up. But your reaction and how you're behaving is gonna make it blow up. So...
I just can't stay silent. And there's no reason why this story needs to end with him getting away with it. Not when he went out of his way to attach his own name to that video. I never said it was about him. Not once. And I'm not saying that it is. What I am saying is that he threatened to sue me over it. So, yeah. If I disappear, you'll know who did it. I will not let him silence me. I will not let him bury me.
And now she scrolls through the document.
Shower. Okay, good morning, and I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got sludge as a dye in my face, but that's fine. I was just ruminating in the shower.
Okay, I'm back on another day to finish this. Let's talk about day number 2. Okay, I'm just gonna force myself to talk through the tears, because otherwise it's just gonna take too long, so forgive me. Okay. Day number 2. We went for breakfast, and over breakfast, we discussed the fact that it never should have happened, and that we were just friends, and that it was never going to happen again. We had that conversation over breakfast. After breakfast, on the way back, he stopped by an ATM, and I told him I didn't want his money, because he said he wanted to spoil me as a friend. And he said, no, I promise you, just friends. It never should have happened, never happening again, just friends. I told you I wanted to spoil you. Right, this was a last-minute tattoo appointment. It was last minute. My mom, the Buckbook, said, I have a cancellation for tomorrow. Do you want a spot? And I said, oh my god, yes, I'll ask my friend, but to be honest, his opinion doesn't matter. I want to get fucking tattooed. So the appointment was at 4. We got back to the hotel. I went to the pool. He stayed in the hotel room for hours. I stayed by the pool, eating edibles. Eventually he came out, we hung out there for a little bit, and then I had to go to my appointment. And he was gonna come with. So we went back to the hotel room. And as soon as we were alone again, guess who went back against his word? As soon as we were alone again, he started pressuring me all over again. And I said repeatedly, we just talked about this over breakfast. We just talked about this. We just said, we're just friends. Never happening again. Shouldn't have happened. And he kept saying, oh, what's the difference? Nobody did it once. Nobody did it once. What's the difference? I had a fucking tattoo appointment. I had somewhere to fucking be. Both times he jerked himself off onto me. Except the second time, it was worse. Because he also shoved his dick in my mouth. I remember my mouth was so fucking dry from the edibles. Felt like a fucking carpet. And it was all so fast. He came all over my buttock, which is sacred.
Did you need to pull your shirt down?
Carpet. And it was all so fast. He came all over my buttock, which is sacred, and was given to me for sexual healing because of things that I have been through in my past. And he...
Oh no, guys. He came over the tattoo. That because he does not know what the tattoo is, he violated her, and then violated her again spiritually, then violated her again emotionally. And yes, she's been crying like this for the entire video.
He knows that. And then I went to my tattoo appointment.
He nutted on your stomach, and then you went to the tattoo appointment? Please, certainly you're leaving out the shower you took after.
So, he cannot say that he made a mistake and it was a one-time thing. He did it twice. Both times I repeatedly tried to talk him out of it, and both times he jerked himself off onto me. Both times he said horrific things while doing it. And then I went and I got tattooed. And it was really painful, and I went into shock. And I was bandaged up. And I feel like it might have saved me, because he didn't touch me after that.
If you don't want to watch me have a panic attack, skip to 3410. I was going to cut this out But this is the reality of PTSD. The reality of PTSD is that you sit in front of a camera and you mod to the audience and get them to feel bad about you. Don't you feel bad about her, chat? Chat, don't you feel bad about her? I'm a monster for making humors and jokes. I'm a monster. I'm truly a monster. Despicable. Truly. Unsub. This is not funny. If what you're saying is correct, you have chosen to not only shame and insult, this is serious time, not only have you insulted victims, not only have, I'm doing the Lewis McClung thing, I'm turning into Lewis McClung! You have insulted your fans. You have violated what PTSD looks like and have chosen to use it for attention. You have chosen to embarrass all victims of tragedy and anxiety by choosing to use yours to have an out in public with your social friend, and you have disrespected yourself by choosing to take your serious trauma and use it to create life social ruination for a guy who you couldn't say no to. Every single thing that you're choosing to say on this tape, Naomi King, every single step is you embarrassing yourself further. You need a corset to go for McClung. I am not putting on the corset! Who do you think I am, Finster? My dick is too big. Every single step of these videos, from how you started it to where we are right now, this is the reality of what it looks like when you're trying to socially manipulate people. If you wanted to treat and be serious about the reality of trauma and PTSD, you would not be posting shit on the fucking internet. You would have gone to a fucking court. You would have made a goddamn legal case, and you would have done everything you could to nail him, pause, to the goddamn wall. But that's not what you did. You did this instead. It's so fucking tragic. Because of course people are going to say, Carl, how could you think this? You don't understand what it's like. No, I do not understand what it's like. You know what I did when it happened to me? I nailed the bitch to the goddamn wall. It's so irritating. Because I can't take it seriously.
He knew that I already have PTSD. Fuck.
This is gonna go on for a while. Mind you, all of what I'm skipping here, all the way to the point in which it stops, this is her, in the chair, hyperventilating, breathing, crying.
Gave me the lowdown. Hey guys, I really want.
And then it jumps to the next video. Because pretty much all of that to the end
Hi guys.
is her panic attack. It's all just panic attack. You think that my drama's not serious? Watch me act for 3 minutes straight. Do you believe me now? Do you believe me now? It is not. This is not serious. This is not something a serious victim would do. Now, for humor, I can let it play out in its continuity. However, I would just skip closer to the end and see if she continues talking. But I'm pretty sure she's not. It's just her hyperventilating.
No, I'm not doing it.
So, ones and twos in the chat. Do you think this is a person that should be doing edibles if this is how they handle their trauma? It might not be dwelling. It might not be acting. It might be dwelling up another prior trauma to be emotional. That's not the problem. She chose to record herself past the point of relevancy for her topic and using it to then use the trauma on this event. If she has been traumatized and the PTSD from other events that are unassociated with this are what triggers her to act like this, she is now using it. 2 is a no. She is using it to attack Daniel Green. Because the implication is that his actions now is leading to her behaving as this. And that's the problem. It's not just that problem alone. But in this instance, all of this extra waterworks. Get to the point. All this extra waterworks because she puts this on screen at 29:12. The rest of the entire video, if you don't want to watch me have a panic attack, skip to 34:10. 34:10 is almost exactly 10 seconds before the end of the... Actually, no, 9 seconds before the end of the video. So from 29:12 to 34:10. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 5 minutes, and 9 seconds of a PTSD panic attack reaction. Any judge, any jury are going to look at this instance of this content. And I understand what you're saying, but this is what I'm trying to say. Yes, it's disgusting, but that's what they do. They bring up other trauma and make it seem more legit for her accusation. True. That's irrelevant. But the problem is, she's using 5 minutes of her weeping on camera to try to legitimize an accusation and to dramify the accusation, when in reality, she needs to go to the therapist. If she hadn't gone to a therapist already, she's doing herself a disservice. She needs to get off of edibles and stop using drugs as a coping mechanism. Doesn't matter if it's edibles, doesn't matter if it's pot brownies, doesn't matter if it's weed, liquor, doesn't matter if it's candy. She needs to stop using coping mechanisms and actually deal with her trauma. And then thirdly, stay away from casual sex. Stay away from casual sex and spirituality sex. Work on herself. And then pick better men. Pick better men as her friends, and pick better men as her involvements. Because she could avoid all of these things if she did that. But she will not. She could avoid all these things if she did that. But she will not. It's really repugnant, it's really sad, but it's really hard to feel sorry for her. Because all these things are her own fault. So, jumping to that point. Hyperventilation, breathing, crying, breathing. And then 3407.
Hey, buddy. Also, I forgot to mention that I did report this to the Las Vegas police.
This is what he did to me! By the way, I forgot to mention that I also did report this to the police. But they also said that it wasn't serious. They said that it was not unconsensual because I was under the influence and I did not push him off of me and scream bloody murder. So, the point of what I'm trying to get across there, Snakes, is that basically this is her putting a stamp against law enforcement as well as social culture. This is her reaction to saying, this is what happens in our society. This is how our society feels about victims. This is how society feels about women. Your opinions will be ignored. People will not take you seriously. Women will be harmed and will be victimized by men like Daniel Green. And I'm not even allowed to feel my emotions because he's trying to eliminate me. He's trying to erase me. And that's what pisses me off so fucking much. She has no agency for a single fucking thing that she does. And she places no blame on herself. Anyways, moving forward to the second video. Video number 2 is
Hello.
19 minutes and 41 seconds. And then she has another allegation against Daniel Green, but I'm pretty sure that one is out of sync with the rest of the allegations, because I'm going by my text file here. And then she has the I'm so sorry, oh my god, Naomi King re-upload, which is 3 minutes and 37 minutes long. In the timeline of the back and forth, this video will then be followed by Daniel Green's initial loyal up denial, which then leads to Naomi King's second video, which is in fact this one. So, we now cut to Daniel Green's reaction.
Hello, my name is Daniel Green. This is an important message in response to various false allegations made against me by Naomi King of alleged sexual assault in a campaign launched on YouTube and more. Let me be clear.
So, you can clearly see he is reading from a script. 1 minute, 8 seconds.
I had consensual sex with Naomi King. Yes, it was an affair that my then girlfriend and now fiance took several years to move on from. I also have clear and convincing evidence to prove everything was consensual. Myself and my team are now planning to sue Naomi King in a court of law. The communication Naomi King has inaccurately used against me online has greatly damaged me and others to date. I also have many other pieces of evidence which prove my innocence. Look for more communication from me based on truth and fact in the near future. Naomi King took time to launch a campaign against me, and I will need time to communicate my truth as well. More soon. Thank you.
Simple, sweet, to quote Snakes, like he's doing an emergency weather alert. This is a person that, whether or not he can be able to prove and fight his claims as he should, is doing exactly what his lawyer would tell him to do. So, one side, spill the tea, tell all, emotionality, cry, 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 he knew that I didn't want it, drier than a desert, my mouth was like carpet. Daniel, we will be coming soon. I will be going in your house. We will peel off your skin. It needs more tears. We need to see him having a panic attack for 5 minutes. I don't know about all that. But you can clearly see here the narrative line that's being drawn. She's telling all the truth. You know how? Because she has resources. He must be guilty because instead of coming out with his details and doing exactly the same gloviating she's doing, he's just hiding behind his legal team. It's soy. It's so super soy. Excuse me. What? Okay. Yeah, they have a doorbell, which means I don't need to do anything yet. This is in her next video. False accusers deserve some sort of punishment, no? Yes, they do. 100%. There needs to be a carve-out in the legal system that shows that any person who accuses somebody of a crime will receive that punishment's sentencing plus 5. In my opinion. Now, of course, you can do a served sentence with probationary periods. and also having them be on a watch program and or acquit them for time served. But it cannot just be the punishment period. It needs to be the punishment period plus an additional punishment. And it also needs to be a carve-out in said law that shows that there is a difference between a person who is unsure but is trying to do their best and a person who is knowingly and intentionally manipulating public opinion. So, for what she's doing to him, because she's clearly using the intentionality and she's using the public court of opinion to litigate her issues, she would fall under the deference of that law. Versus someone that they're doing everything they were supposed to do. They went to the police, they did a rape kit, they communicated their shit, they behaved in a way in which to remove themselves from the situation, and other people were using their information to create a campaign against their will, without their involvement. That person would not be liable. So, let's say a boyfriend and a girlfriend being caught up in a revenge porn case, where actually the boyfriend didn't release the girl's nudes, it was the girl's parents, and the girl's parents tried to slander and make fun of this boy in front of a live studio audience, and they had to go to a tribunal or a law case to settle the matter, because it was made more public than it needed to be by parties that should not have been involved. That's a perfect case example. Because we cannot have he said, she said in situations like this. But anyways, moving on. Next thing. Because I am waiting for people to arrive in my home and they have not arrived yet. Some kind of Megan's List. We need a new name for it, because we have Megan's Law. We need something that's masculine. Like Steve's Law. Steve's List. Megan and Steve. Steve and Megan. Okay, second list. What is this? Who fucking knows? Someone sending me a DM about something that I don't care about. Richard's Law. I like that. Strong. Okay, next one. And then go back to Naomi, which is Daniel Green Part 2. Another one that she privated and or unlisted at the time of views before being deleted was 45k views.
My name is Naomi King, and this is an important announcement. Was that it? Was it? I don't know, I didn't watch it. My friend gave me the lowdown. Hey guys, I really want to say thank you to everybody that has been so supportive. It's been really overwhelming, and it's kind of freaking me out. Hello, my name is Naomi King, and this is an important announcement. Was that it? Was it? I don't know, I didn't watch it. My friend gave me the lowdown. Hey guys!
So, she starts her video with mocking how he addressed the news, and then continues into another update video to drop more tea. Again, if I was on the jury, I would rule against her. If I was the judge, I would rule against her. Just because of shit like that alone.
Guys, I really want to say thank you to everybody that has been so supportive. It's been really overwhelming, and it's kind of freaking me out. There has been a lot of confusion surrounding timelines and dates. People think that the 8-page letter was written after the trip, even though I stated it was written weeks before the trip. So in this video, I want to kind of reiterate and make clear what the timeline actually was and what the dates actually were. There were dates in the screenshots, but they're small, so I feel like people missed them. So I want to make things very clear. I am not denying having history with Daniel in the past. He first slid into my DMs over Black Lives Matter.
He first slid into my DMs over BLM. He even wrote a couple songs about the dude in the past, but these were from long before we hung out in Vegas. See, this is more telling. This is very telling. 1 second, let me screen cap this for you. So, now we're getting closer to the truth, which seems to be you were romantically interested in him. You wrote songs We have covered her first video where she has, at the end of her video, 5 minutes of her hyperventilating through PTSD. Then went to his 1 minute and 8 second legal response. And now we are at the beginning where she opened the video by choosing to make fun of Daniel and how he read his presser. And she is now explaining how she wrote songs about him when he first connected over Black Lives Matter. Now you're cut up. Also, in like 5 to 10 minutes, there's going to be a food delivery pulling up to my place. Haven't arrived yet. She didn't just write him. They didn't write a sonnet. She wrote sonnets. 3 of them. The link in the chat is a screen cap of them so that you can get a closer look should you not be following along with the messages. Four, 110. Give me 1 second. I need to check the door. Another one. They started placing the food down without contacting me and confirming the number. And it's raining. Oh, lordy. You won't be able to look at that, but I'll take your word for it. It's inside the details of the video. She has it on screen inside the second part 2 response on the screen. I can hyperimpose this mini player screen for you and make it larger so that you can read it, because I'm going to need to step outside for a second. Yes, Mr. Gamer, I'm aware of the Destiny Court drops from J-Stalk. I've already been informed. Excuse me, chat, I need to step away for a second. And by a second, I mean like 5 minutes. Ish. Hello? I also need to mute the microphone. Yes, Boster, everything is fine. Food house delivery. Have to bring food in. Okay. Beep. Sorry for the delay. House things. Responsibilities. Moving forward. Here's the context of I will probably always be a cheater message because I had some people asking me about it. This woman's use of emojis. Want to be best friends. Thought we already were. Cry emoji. Prove it. Tell me all your deepest, darkest secrets. I will probably always be a cheater. In like a relationship or in D&D? The former. Is that because you prefer polyamory and end up stuck in monogamous relationships, or because you actually like the thrill of doing what you're not supposed to do? And would rather be in a relationship in which you're not supposed to cheat, and then cheat. I think all of the above, honestly. Here's another case example, Naomi, of why your behavior isn't consistent with a person who wants to bring a man to justice. Because why did you censor and edit this image in the context of what was him being asked by you, his answer to a response that had to do with you asking him about a deep, dark secret? I'm not saying that you can't air out his secrets, and expose his opinions, but the way that you framed information was, that message was shown to us in the context that he was bragging that he would have never been caught and would have never been found out about the shit that you and him talked about that he was supposedly denying in public. That's the intonation I came away with.
Okay, here's some dates. January 22nd of 2023 was when he said he wanted to take me on a friend trip and spoil me. And we started talking about travel around then. For all the people who are confused as to what the fuck spoil even means, I'm a sugar baby. Now, he and I were not daddy baby. He wanted to spoil me as a friend. Like, that was explicit there. I know some people are not gonna understand that. Some people are gonna be like, I know. Me sharing this information makes me look bad. We discussed hanging out. He wanted...
Yeah, it does. It makes you look bad for a different reason than you're worried for, but...
to fucking pay for the entire trip and give me money. I wanted to get fucking tattooed. It was kind of a win-win. People are gonna fucking hate me for this, and I know that, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna see it anyway. Here we go. I don't remember when we officially, planned and booked things, but the trip was gonna be for the end of April. On March 28th, I wrote the 8-page letter. March 28th. This is weeks before the trip, which I said in that video, but some people are getting confused. 8-page letter was written March 28th. I told him about it March 20th.
People are getting confused about the timeline because you didn't lay out a timeline. You were all over the place.
28th. March 29th, I was like, hey, I want to say it sooner rather than later, because it's kind of heavy. And then on April 1st, we had the video call where I read the entire thing out to him, and it took about 40 minutes. We decided during that call, 100%, nothing was gonna happen between us. This was one hell of a fucking wake-up call. It made him sign up for fucking therapy again. We made that decision, just friends. We're not doing that to her. This is not about what he did to me in Vegas. April 11th, he messaged again to thank me again for that literal wake-up call. April 20th, I fly to Vegas. This wasn't the first time the two of us hung out. He came here and visited me in Vancouver for 3 days in 2022.
So this is information you didn't give to people. This is now further context that damns you.
Nothing happened because we were just friends. That being said, I do live with my best friend, so he and I were never truly alone together.
So then now the implication is, well, he didn't do anything because I was protected, I was safe. Then he took advantage of me when I was not safe. Because that's the narrative you went with.
Now I am here to answer the questions. What were you wearing? I went to sleep first, alone.
Amal? What were you wearing? Because she was wearing is not important. What were you taking? Drugs? You took drugs?
And I was buck-ass naked because I always sleep naked. I've done it since I was...
What were you wearing? Nothing. Eye roll.
As a teenager, I cannot stand the feeling of clothes bunching around my skin and twisting as you sleep and inseams, and it's just bad. But when he got there, I put this on. This was how I let him in, very groggy. I remember one of the first things he said upon seeing me was he commented on how high I looked. So I said, you want to catch up? He took half a bite of one.
So, You said what did you say in your first video? He was sober and lucid. What actually happened? You were naked, high on multiple overdoses of drugs. You offered him drugs. He took some to be buzzed. You preceded the context of a friend relationship where you effectively were a sugar baby. You see, as you start adding on more context, it starts to sound like you're lying to people, doesn't it? Continue.
which would have been 10 milligrams, but that takes about an hour to kick in. So when he did what he did, he was still sober.
Okay.
I went back to sleep, and I did remove this because I was now under the blankets. Before I removed this, that first night, I straight up asked Daniel if he would prefer it if I left it on. I straight up was like, hey, I can leave this on while I sleep. And he was the one that was straight up like, no, I've shared beds with friends before, like, it's not weird. He straight up said that, like, my actions are
Sleeping in the same bed? I'm with Fatal here. This sounds like a trap.
my responsibility. He straight up told me, like, you be comfortable. Looking back on it, dumbass. I know that. He went and took a shower, because planes are disgusting. And when he was done, he joined me in bed. And I would like to let people know that I have
Joined you in bed naked? Two friends sleeping in the same bed.
slept in beds with many of my friends, traveling, sharing the same bed. I even sleep naked next to women, next to men, next to all the lovely people in between. And
I sleep naked with everybody. Just shooting your case. Shooting your case. Shooting your case in the foot. Shooting your case. 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 Every literal thing that you could have done to make yourself safe, you made yourself unsafe. And you could literally just say, no, I'd rather you sleep on the floor.
and none of my friends have ever taken advantage of that. People off the top of my head who I've traveled with and slept naked next to who did not take advantage of me. Kurt, Scott, Cody, Kimmy, Tay, Romeo, like...
Suddenly we're real with names. Name check all the friends. No last names given.
Someone being next to you is not consent. I guess I should reenact for you what happened. All right, y'all, here's what happened. There were blankets.
She is not about to give a demonstration. She is not about to do a skit to give a demonstration. Naomi King, if I click pause on this video, bzz, bzz. Apparently, earlier, a message didn't get posted to the chat from someone from Awesome Jedi. Even this website is full of degeneracy and stupidity. About 30 minutes ago, I got threatened by some OF woman because the word was held back because he used the word W-H-O-R-E. Because I said a dark joke, what makes it even better is that her white knights tried to also insult me. Good grief. That's wild. I'm sure Awesome Jedi's been here before. I'm reading that message because I'm catching it on the back end. Anyways, I was about to make a marker. If I click play on this video, Naomi King, you better not have a skit here. You better not do a skit about how he sexually assaulted you. There better not be.
There were pillows, not this many. I was in bed like this when he came and joined me. He lay here, and I was very groggy and half asleep. And he started to pressure me into things. Because I was facing him, I was like, not good. So I turned onto my stomach.
She is naked. She is pantomiming how it all went down. In her allegation video, The one she posts immediately after Daniel posts that he will be seeking restitutions and legal action against her. Hashtag not all. Sometimes some mistakes can't be swallowed.
And put my arm between us to create a barrier, and I was looking at my pillow while trying to talk him out. Like, I went from facing him and talking to him and creating a physical barrier between us because he was coming on really fucking strong. He promised me beforehand that he wanted to just be friends. He promised me he wanted to spoil me as a friend, which obviously looking back on now, I was a fucking idiot for believing that. I was half asleep. Like, I had the strength to get up, make a couple jokes, and then get back in bed. But I was not fully there. So he was pressuring me. The worst part about this is that I didn't even want to do it. You were coming on so strong. I turned onto my stomach, face toward my pillow, trying to talk about it first. You started talking money. I said I could do that, expecting more of a conversation, but you took that as a cue to start making out with me. So I was lying here like this, and then when I was halfway through what I was trying to say, he pushed me over and started putting his tongue in my mouth. Now, I will acknowledge that I did not fight him off. I will acknowledge that I froze because that is my trauma response. It was all very quick. I really did not have time to think. And then he worked his way down my body in a way in which I can describe only felt like someone going down the checklist of everything they had ever dreamt of doing to you. Very quickly. Push over, shove tongue in.
I highly call bullshit. Because first off, why do you feel comfortable pantomiming this on camera? Step 1. 2, where was the we're not having sex without a condom, we're not having sex without a condom, we're not having sex without a condom comes in? Three, why do you choose to do such things where you and your friends sleep under the sheets at the same time, nude, with the opposite sex? Something that, with your sonnets, clearly is a goddamn lie. Because you had emotional involvement with him. You were emotionally interested in him. Let's keep going.
Mouth, suck the titties, lick the pussy, lick the asshole. Like, he literally was just like, bam, bam, bam. Like, and then he tried to stick it in me, and it was at that point that I was just like, I'm not having sex, that lube, I'm not having sex, that lube, I'm not having sex, that lube. And he kept positioning himself between my legs, saying, come on, girl, just try, just a tip, just a tip, just a tip. And I kept pushing him away, saying, I'm not having sex, that lube, I'm not having sex, that lube. So he jerked himself off onto me, repeatedly moaning my name and how long he had dreamt about it. And again, it all happened very quickly. I've seen some comments from some people saying, like, the fuck, it takes time to jerk yourself off. Not for him, it doesn't.
I am going to reenact for you what he did and how he moaned from both incidents.
Imagine producing this when someone is obtaining evidence to sue you in court. Imagine giving the plaintiff, or I guess in this case the defendant, because he's suing her, so plaintiff. Imagine as the defendant being forced in discovery to sit there on deposition and watch your own video back to back about the history of the details of the case as they pertain to the facts of the matter. And you have to just girl your way as a member of the grand jury, as a member of defense's legal counsel, as a member of plaintiff's legal counsel, as the court reporter, and then as the judge. Couldn't get it out of me! You could not get this out of me.
Night 1, what he moaned on loop while jerking himself off was this.
Oh, Naomi. Oh, I have no idea how long I've thought about this. That's what he moaned on repeat on night 1. He came all over my buttock. He went into the bathroom and stayed there. I yelled at him to bring me a towel. I wiped his cum off of my stomach, threw the towel on the ground, and passed out. The following morning...
Didn't you just say that he came on your back? Or rather, he came on your ass?
Bring me a towel, eat on night 1. He came all over my buttock.
So you smashed his nut into the sheets. I understand what I'm doing is extremely stupid, but please, please, follow along with me. Because she's saying there's 2 nights. Because there's 2 different altercations of sexual violence that occurred here. So either she spoke incorrectly, and she was referring to the second time versus the first time, or you're misremembering them. If he was also on top of you. So, from your words, he's on top of you. Try and position between your legs. I might actually have to fucking pantomime this on the bed. Grind on these nuts. Take out your time, sit to ride with me. Okay. 1 leg. 2 leg. Here's them. Here's her face. Come on, let me in. Let me in. What she's claiming happened is that he came on her back and then she wiped the nut off her stomach based on what she just said. If this is the first instance from where she was just naked pantomiming the playback of this in bed. Now, listen to what she just fucking said.
About this. That's what he moaned on repeat on night 1. He came all over my buttock. He went into the bathroom.
Because buttock or buttocks, if they sound the same, that's on her and us for misunderstanding her. But she said he rolled her on her back. So if it's us misunderstanding her saying her sexual tattoo, which is like right here on the section of her midriff between her navel and the beginning of her vagran's deferens, then that is her being pedantic, and instead of saying he nutted on my stomach, like she then clarified in the second sentence.
And stayed there. I yelled at him to bring me a towel. I wiped his cum off of my stomach, threw the towel on the ground, and passed out. The following...
Because if she said buttock, then that's her not using the word stomach the first time. Because I swear to fucking Christ, she said buttock, as in B-U-T-T-O-C-K, and not buttock, B-A-T-O-K, her fucking sexual tattoo, her sexual healing tattoo, because I heard buttock. Men, women, art hoes, when you're trying to destroy somebody through sexual public court of opinion wrap-ups, please make sure to use correct words and speak clearly. Thank you.
Morning, Daniel informed me that he spent the entire night crying and puking, and he swore that it would never happen again. And that's part of why I believed that he wouldn't do it again. Because when someone admits to crying and puking after doing something like that to you, and they promise they're not going to do it again, you...
That's a good question, Horror. How did she not catch this in editing? Either she didn't care, or she thought that she was being clear enough. Because she explained in the prior video what her sexual tattoo what her sexual healing tattoo was.
kind of think they won't do it again. So that's what I was wearing. After the pool, we went back to the hotel room so we could get my shit. Because not only did I have to like change and stuff, but for Batok ceremonies you need like an offering, and I needed to go get my food and stuff that I had there. And then he started pressuring me into the shit that he promised wouldn't happen. And I repeatedly told him, Daniel, we just talked about this. We said we weren't going to do this. We just talked about this over breakfast. You promised me we were just friends. He kept pressuring me. I had somewhere to fucking be. So as per usual, I did not fight back. And I will acknowledge that. He did push me to my knees and shove his dick in my mouth, saying, suck my cock. That time, he also...
The Batok offering. What she's saying is that in order for her to get her tattoo work done, she needs to do a spiritual ceremony where she gives offerings. That's what she's saying. I know, I'm right there with you, Boster, but no. That time, she did properly enunciate Batok ceremony. Once again, art hose, you have to make sure the people are on the same page and just use basic words like my sexual healing tattoo ceremony. We're getting caught up on Native American words, and then people are going to accuse us of being evil. Single player Carl doesn't understand Batok ceremonies. And some such shit like that.
also made me lie down on the bed while he laid the money that he took out of the ATM that he promised would be just for being friends on my body. And I will acknowledge I did not fight him off. But I did repeatedly try to talk him out of it, and whenever he pushed for sex, I did reject that. And oh my god, the shit he moaned. The second time when he was jerking himself off, staring at me like I was a fucking porno magazine, he said this. On loop until he came. Think about this if I don't fuck my own girlfriend.
Well, see, I don't believe you. Because, you know, if I put myself into the mind, yeah, I'm not one. And I don't know ones that I didn't beat myself. If I would need to put myself into the mind of a sexual predator that was going to aggress people, and no, you didn't have to do these things, Naomi, I would think the sexual predator is not going to be like, yeah, I'm going to think about this shit. I'm going to think about this shit. I'm going to think about this shit all the time. I'm going to think about this when I'm with my girl. I'm going to think about this when I'm in the bathroom. I'm going to think about this all the time. With added facial movements. Also, to echo what Horror just said, you are not acting like a trauma victim who is having too much fun recreating what should be a traumatizing experience for you that your mind would have tried to help you block out, since she sexually defiled your batok. It gives the air that you are on some bullshit.
That's what he said. It's really disgusting and really mean. But he said that on loop until he came all over my sacred tattoo. So yeah.
See, that time, that's how you should have talked about it. When he came all over my sacred tattoo, instead of incorrectly addressing it as your batok, to thus make people confused about what it is you said. Which I suppose is now consistent. But unfortunately, now we are on something else entirely, which is not, hey, this seems to be incorrect, but instead, why are you so calm when recreating your sexual violence? What's the 5 minutes of panic attacks not enough, Carl? No! I need a movie-long drag out of how this made her feel, with multiple soliloquies. Set to the track of Oh Ramona from the hit film Scott vs. Pilgrim vs. the World. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the movie. Set to the tune of Reaching My Threshold, but in the 8-bit mix.
I tried to talk him out of it, but I did not use the word no, and I did not use the word stop. I knew that his flight was the next day during the day. I knew that I was going to get one more night alone. There was a third day, and everyone's going to be like, hey, why didn't you run away? Where the fuck was I going to sleep? Where the fuck was I going to stay? We went to an art exhibit place. It was like something 15, that crazy place. Just went there and hung out. In his reply video to mine, he explicitly said that we had consensual sex, which is interesting because in his message here, he says, we didn't have sex. So we now officially have on record him saying that we had sex, but I have record here him saying that we didn't have sex.
And now comes the pity pictures. Or rather, as I would say, what you should have done in the first place, which was giving everybody the evidence and not trying to censor it to tailor your message to be as damaging and as grossly offensive as possible, to get it cycling and tractioning on the internet, because now you're having to go back and correct yourself. Because all the shit that you left out.
On April 28th, he blamed his demons and the voices in his head for his behavior, and blocked me. I'm trying to not be the person the voices in my head tell me I am. A part of that is stopping with the lies. The guilt made me suicidal. I've realized so fucking much since I got back about why I am so fucked up and unhealthy towards sex and relationships. There are two people in me, and I want to be the good one. I am so sorry I hurt you as well. I didn't want to hurt anyone, and my God, you didn't deserve this, but I don't want to blame trauma or any excuse. I fucked up. I started acting like the voices in my head tell me I am.
Unironically. This man was this. This man is a Randy Orton gooner. This man is a Randy Orton gooner. He heard voices, and they said, nut on her stomach. Nut on her sacred symbol. This should not be that funny. But it is. You just see the viper, he's slurring. Go cow! Go cow! All over his stomach! I'm sick!
I can't just say it's because of what happened to me. No excuses. And what I am responsible for happening is something I will be trying to fix for years. On May 1st, I made 2 videos because my whiny ass does this. This is a couple of clips from the video that was sent to her. I didn't want it. I didn't enjoy it. I feel absolutely sick to my stomach.
So, this is how you chose to contact the girlfriend. And this is in context, the video that she played while she was trying to pantomime this. So you called his partner emotional. You called his partner while you were emotional and could not straighten out your thoughts, opinions, and behaviors. To what then brought you here, to where you're interacting with him, such as this.
We had explicitly decided we were just friends. He changed his mind on the day. He started making out with me before I'd even agreed to do anything. I just want you to know I am truly sorry, and you deserve better. I sent it to his partner May 7th. I know she watched that video because that's the one she responded to when she asked me for the truth. At that same time, I made a video for Daniel because I was in a state of shock and I was very confused and I felt very used and objectified and fetishized and taken advantage of and violated. But I was also devastated and in the state of hating myself for letting it happen, because that's the kind of guilt that we live with. Here's a couple clips from his video. I wanted to talk about it in the morning. You pushed for it at night. We'd agreed we were just friends that trip. You changed your fucking mind and didn't give me time to comprehend it.
So in both videos, you can't even bring yourself to look at the fucking camera. And he's right. If you look there in the back corner to her left, that is a mirror behind her. That's the light overhead shining on her forehead. To us, it's the left, but on her, it's the right. She couldn't even look into the camera for either video.
I was on 50 milligrams that night. You were on 10. I was half asleep. You were wide awake.
This reads like she's reading for a fucking dramatic scene, for a script. This is not how you would at least let me rephrase. This is not how I would address something that I would need to talk to somebody about. It's obviously daylight. It's obviously daylight. You didn't need to have the extra camera over your desk. For context, I also have a light over my desk. This is me turning it on. This is me turning it off. This is me turning it on. This is me turning it off. This is me turning it on. This is me turning it off. This is me leaving it on. You did not need to read this where you are effectively saying, I said that you couldn't be able to do this. I told you that I wasn't ready. And you never look at the fucking camera. Because you'd be looking at the camera like you're looking at them. She is acting. She is 100% fucking acting. And her fucking mirror behind her exposes her. Because, Horror, tell me if you can see this too. If you look past her shoulders, what does that program look like to you? Because I can tell you what that looks like to me. That looks like Microsoft Word. That is a Microsoft Word program or some equivalent program that is in full screen with single text, gray bars on the side. She's reading from a script. We don't even have to predict. I can see from the evidence. It exposes you. Because let me go back. Let's look at the other one.
At that May 7th. I know she watched that video because that's the one she responded to when she asked me for the truth. At that same time, I made a video for Daniel because I was in a state of changed his mind on the day he started making out with me.
Look at the difference. Look at the camera angle on the one that she sent to the girlfriend. The lamp's still there. And even though this much from the side on camera left is covered by the black bars, I can still see over her shoulder, and it's the same fucking program. She wrote a goddamn script and then tried to act a little fucking tushy off to fucking cry for more attention. If she had kept it in this angle, it would have been hard to tell. But no. She's not looking into the camera because she's looking at the fucking computer screen. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying, Hope. I know for a fact that it's a screen. And I know for a fact because there's a difference between what a screen looks like when you're using a program that's in Microsoft Word or in Open Office versus one that's on Google Doc. And the way that I know is that when you're looking at something inside of a Google Doc, put it on the screen real quick. This is what it looks like when you're looking at a program inside of a Google Doc. This is here the show note script that we were using to keep ourselves on track for the felting of the century under the Ubi Sun for the Fried Chicanery podcast. And then, do I have Microsoft Word installed in this computer? I have fucking PowerPoint. It's close enough. And then, the same thing in PowerPoint. Every Word document program has the same gray out on the side because it's the white text box with additions and then an outside gray field that shows you the context of what would not be on the page if you were to print the image out on paper on the standardized loose leaf white printer paper that you find in a printer lab that you'd use for documents, details, and reports and presentations.
Before I'd even agreed to do anything.
And you can clearly see
in the morning. You pushed for it at night. We'd agreed we were just friends that.
when you look at this and you compare this, to that program in the back, even though it's very, very small, so I'll try to superimpose and screen and open this in, make it as big as possible, you can clearly see it's the same fucking format. White in the middle of the screen, gray on the sides. It's not a PowerPoint program, so it doesn't have an additional bar on the side down. It's instead the gray only in the margins. That is a Microsoft Word project program. Hard lock. She made a script for both videos. She read them, acted, got emotional for the camera, for the sake of summarization, and hoped that people wouldn't fucking notice. How's that for content creator not paying attention to the screen? This is beyond malicious. This is beyond manipulative. It's beyond malicious. It's beyond manipulative. It is beyond malicious. The only way you would catch this is that you were a content creator, or that you were familiar with the programs. If you were not an eagle-eyed person paying attention to what's in front of you, you would have never noticed. And if you were watching a streamer look at it, they'd be talking more about that than they would be about something else. Oh, I probably don't have to send it to the law team because they probably looked at all this shit. Because she immediately posted the shit after his legal push. All of this should be and probably already is in discovery. She's gonna get fucked for this.
That trip, you changed your fucking mind and didn't give me time to comprehend it. I was on 50 milligrams that night, you were on 10. I was half asleep, you were wide awake. I feel so fucking used. I didn't even want to. May 15th, my friend sent her a link to that letter. And then, that was that. That was the last of it. Over a month later, June 19th, I posted that video, a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. It was...
So, now we have the real context. She was already playing a social game before she even made her post. Before she even made her post, she was already playing a social game. She was already playing social manipulation. Because this is the reason why he then went off. This would be why he sued her. This should happen. Then she posted this vague posting shit. He knows that it's about her. His fiance knows that it's about her and him. And she was testing the waters to see if he was still watching her. That's what it was. She was testing the waters to see if he was watching, to see how much she should get away with. Make my teeth itch. Makes my teeth itch.
Was about manipulation, consent, and assault. Some people are getting like mad about that, like the description's in the title. In that video, one of the things that I said was this. I was basically this man's therapist for 3 fucking years. And as I slowly unraveled his story and figured it out, and kind of figured out why he does what he does, you know, it was all like a revelation to him, and now he's in therapy, blah, blah, blah. I recently got in contact with somebody he assaulted 7 years ago, and as she and I have been talking, it has become blatantly clear that none of what I figured out was a revelation. This man has been doing the same things, he has been using the same excuses, he's been manipulating and lying and coercing for almost a decade. If I had been the only person, I would have been like, okay, that was fucked up, you piece of shit, go to therapy. But it's, you know, discovering that it was all premeditated, and it was all planned, and for 3 years it was just like manipulating and building up to this, and he's been doing it for 7 years. It's kind of like, in that video, I said that, you know, I had spoken to someone that had allegedly been assaulted by this person that I never named, and talking to her was horrific.
The joy that you have with saying, this person that I never named, but we're already inside of legal consultation for you getting sued. Priceless. Remember, boys, they may be fun, but art hoes are dangerous.
Talking to her made me see a lot of things very clearly. 8 days later, I received the most aggressive cease and desist with many errors over the video that never identified who it was about. I replied that day because they gave me a 24-hour response period, which was not enough time for me to get my own lawyer. So I gave his lawyer hella sass, which I probably shouldn't have, but So, the 2 videos that were made May 1st, that were sent May 7th, those were the other videos referenced in the cease and desist. Because a lot of people were like, what the fuck, it says videos. So the first link led to those 2 videos. The second link led to the 8-page letter. And the third link led to a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. I knew that coming forward would potentially ruin me, get me sued. He didn't really mention the second allegation in his little monotonous read. He's still trying to sweep that one under the rug. So he is going to focus.
You have nothing that confirms or denies it because there's not a woman who's come forward to claim identity and thus claim the story, which means it's inadmissible. It's hearsay, and could just outright be a flagrant lie, but considering that he acknowledged it himself, but the person themselves have not come forward to identify with any markers to show that that is the case, it shouldn't be involved in a lawsuit, since we're talking about the defamation that's come forward from you. This, by the way, is why that kind of information sourcing actually is a form of OPSEC that you should not violate. Because people knowing about it is not the same thing as people being aware of it and it being used in the same momentum as to put someone to jail. So, finding out that a person lied to you versus finding out that a person lied to you on your birthday with the intention of manipulating you. There's 2 different emotional responses that will happen to that. And it's the same thing as finding out somebody socially manipulated you and finding out that there is a manipulative pattern to a person's behavior and that you're a victim in a series of victims. But in this case, it's not that you're just a victim in a series of victims. You are probably the worst kind of personal friend that this guy could have had, because instead of putting your emotional feelings aside, feelings that you admitted existed in your songs, you instead did everything in your power to disincentivize your own protection and to worsen an already bad situation for everybody.
It's all of his energy on trying to ruin me as much as he can on his way out. And he's going to be able to. I will acknowledge that I did not fight him off. And I did continue to hang out with him afterwards because I was in a state of shock. And I fawn, which I hate. I feel like I had to say something. Genuinely, I don't want anyone else getting hurt. And I am willing to be publicly crucified for it. He can afford the best lawyers. Somebody informed me he hired a global crisis PR manager. Like, I'm gonna end up bankrupt, I'm telling you right now. This is the 5th time I have tried recording an apology video.
Okay, so now this goes to the apology videos. Apology video, singular. This goes to the apology video, and it unfortunately has the letter at the end being cut out. I believe this is the exact same one. I'm so sorry, oh my god. Yes, it is. And there is a video on the back end that has a letter attached to it, which is included here on the document. Boop. So, the 8-page letter is included here in its full context for people to read. I'm going to drop that link in the chat. Thought her trauma response was freezing. I believe the problem was that she's saying in that situation that her problem was that she was fawning over him emotionally, which is part of her emotional response to this trauma. It was not just freezing up in the moment and not being able to be able to advocate for herself. It was also that she had this image of them in her head and she was still attached to that mental image of him. But there's the 8-page letter of all the things that she breaks down about with him. I'm not going to go over it because you can simply read it for yourself at your own leisure. And then the video. 3 minutes, 37 seconds.
And
the shortest by
there's
far.
No way to get it right. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in doing this. That
Wonderful. She now recognizes what she's done.
was not my intent. And it breaks my heart how many people I have hurt. I have been reading your comments, and I am devastated by what I have done. This is not normal behavior. This is not okay, and I am checking myself. Part 2 was taken down by YouTube and got flagged for sexual content. I'm not the one who took it down. I'm not trying to hide things. I'm not trying to pretend it didn't happen. And I already know that a bunch of you have downloaded it, so I'm not trying to hide. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in this. I am also, horrifically sorry. I want to apologize to Kayla so much. And Daniel, I am devastated by how many people I have hurt. I never said that I said no. I never said that I fought him off. I never said that I said stop. I never said that he raped me. And now I have hurt thousands of people. I have become that person that has set survivors back. And that revolts me. And I hate it. To every sexual assault survivor who watched my first video and felt something and related and then watched part 2 and felt completely betrayed, that also breaks my heart. Everyone's, experience of trauma is different, and I know that for so many people, I let you down, and I'm not okay with that. And I hurt so many people. It was not my intent. I genuinely thought I was doing something good. I thought I was protecting people, but clearly I was not. I am not okay with my behavior. It's really gross. I agree with your comments, and I am going to take a step back and reflect.
4, 3, 3. I lost count. Because I had to go outside and take in the groceries. 1, 2, 3. 3 videos. And only now do you choose to apologize to those victims that you just completely removed from the context of your ability to give a shit. That's crazy.
I don't like this version of me, so I'm going to put an end to this. I'm going to acknowledge my faults. I stand by my trauma, but I do not stand by my behavior. I am so sorry. I
don't believe that, because you were having so much fun. You were having so much fun doing what you thought was hilarious and funny for everybody to watch and see. You were so in it. You were so in it. You were so deeply engrossed in the fiction of your own belief. The fiction being you having fun at his expense. You were so in it. You were a part of it.
I apologize. I genuinely don't know what I was thinking. I don't want to blame mental illness.
You were thinking that you wanted to hurt him. It's clear to anybody with eyes. You wanted to hurt him. You wanted him to feel pain. You wanted him to feel as bad as you did. You wanted him to feel out of place and uncomfortable, just as you were. You wanted him to be as emotionally distraught as you were. And in you rampaging to attack him, you hurt everybody around you, as well as people listening to your story.
There are so many questions. People have questions about the 8-page letter because only the front of it was flashed at you guys, so it's completely out of context. I don't like this behavior, and I'm going to make it stop. And I am so sorry for all of the hurt that I have caused. I thought I was doing the right thing. Clearly I was wrong. And I am deeply ashamed of how I have been behaving.
I originally don't want to be sharing any more gossip or juice or whatever, but the internet has been asking and asking about the 8-page letter, and you only have 1 page to go off, so I'm posting the entire thing here. I didn't want to, because I want to end this behavior, but people will never shut up if I don't share it in full. I don't believe you. Because if you had wanted to do this the correct way, you would have started with all this detail and information, all condensed into a tell-all in the first video, summarized in a way, and collectively edited in a way that gave absolutely no frills, no fat, very lean, very straightforward. This is what happened, a straightforward timeline, the details of how they mattered, how it contexted and everything, but that's not what you did. Because before you even got here, you had already dealt with this before the vague post. And from the vague post, it was very clear you were trying to pick at a fucking scab. And then when you ripped it the fuck off, it bled everywhere, onto everything that you didn't want it to go onto. That is your fault. That is on you. Sag. So now, there's other videos that she has that are out of context to her allegations. There are other videos of her talking about allegations, but I believe the final proper response is just the response that Daniel gives as a part of his second longer response. which is proving Naomi King lied with their own words. 21 minutes, 17 seconds.
Hello, my name is Daniel Green, and this is in response to Naomi King's recent videos accusing me falsely of sexual assault on a trip to Las Vegas. And it's very important to me that I immediately address how the title of this video is not clickbait. And Naomi King, in their own second video recently
It was broken on the end. I needed to fix it. I was fixing it.
included evidence to prove the title of this video. One, there was a screenshot of a text sent where Naomi King states themselves that they were asking for us to go further on the second day of the trip. And on top of that, they included snippets from a video apologizing to Kayla, and there was even another one to myself where they remove context where Naomi King explicitly states that the relationship was consensual.
I wish I could take it all back. I wish I could take it all fucking back. It was not worth losing what we had. I wish I'd said no. I wish we'd never gone to Vegas. I feel so fucking guilty because of what I did. Because of what I did to Kayla.
And even in their video, they show the empty drive links that our lawyer had used and since erased for memory purposes, and that leads me to believe Naomi King thought we would no longer have copies of those videos, which is not the case. We do. And this also allows me to counter Naomi King's claim in their first video that I was unprovoked keeping tabs on them after our affair ended, which is not the case. In the days and weeks following us blocking Naomi King on several platforms, we continued to receive messages not only from Naomi King, but one of their friends. And also, to make the claim that I could not know this video was about me, I find to be absurd. It includes details about a trip to Las Vegas, and Naomi King also mentions contacting a stalker of mine that I had told them about in confidence during our 3-year relationship. And once I realized Naomi King had contacted my stalker, Madison, that is when I decided to seek legal counsel. Naomi included clips in their recent video posted Saturday to make it seem even in these private videos they were claiming assault, which is not the case. I am going to play you clips from those personalized videos that Naomi King sent to Kayla and I, and show you them directly contradicting the accusations they made against me, and directly talk about how what happened was consensual. I will then show you how in their 2023 video that drove me to hire legal counsel, you can see Naomi King deciding to change consensual to non-consensual. This video will clearly show a pattern of escalation and dishonesty from Naomi King, and it'll start now.
He turned up at midnight.
Yes, sir! Look at him. Controlled, centered, coiffed, moisturized, focused, driven, pounding, 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 pounding her on the details and how she chose to present them. Mwah.
Consensual to non-consensual. This video will clearly show a pattern of escalation and dishonesty from Naomi King, and it'll start now.
He turned up at midnight, sober and awake, and pressured me, half asleep and on drugs, into sexual things that he and I had agreed beforehand would not happen. I was on 50 milligrams that night, you were on 10.
First of all, directly there, Naomi King is contradicting themselves, saying I was on 0, then 10. But in addition to that, even in the screenshot they show, they're messaging me about taking 40 milligrams around lunchtime, and then directly state that I arrived around midnight. I had no knowledge that Naomi King was continuing to take edibles, and that contradicts what actually happened when I arrived, where they walked down to the hotel lobby in a bathrobe, greeted me, and walked me back upstairs, sober as a whistle.
Anyway, I reached out to his girlfriend, because I felt like shit, and I know what it's like to be cheated on, and it fucking sucks. She replied and asked me for the truth. She asked me for the truth. I was at the airport when I received that message. I headed home to send her the truth. By the time I got home, she had asked me to leave her alone, which I completely understood. So I respected that, and I left her alone. A handful of days later, she reached out to me again to call me a vile, despicable human being. It was that message that made it very clear to me that she had been asking him for the truth, and he was still lying.
Naomi King said in their video that I reached out to them and wanted to know the truth. That is misleading.
Oh no. She has a heart-shaped face. No! No! It's over for Naomi! No! No! This is a ride or die, Naomi! Ripcord! Pull out! Pull out! Pull out! He got her on tape! No!
In May, they sent me a video, unprompted, wanting to apologize.
It's
for
so
what- When I
over!
first saw the message, I did not want to respond right away, but I did say I would like to hear their side because I felt that was right. When I watched the video, I deleted that message, as you can see here. Now, you might have noticed that my second response was never actually shown in either of their videos, and that is because it says this here, there is no mention of sexual assault. That is because there was absolutely none in the video I received. As a survivor of sexual assault myself, I take that very seriously, and had that been there, I would have had a very, very different response and conversation. In the video Naomi uploaded on Saturday, there are two very
Voice quavering, but never breaks. Doesn't go to tears. No 5 minutes of so fucking stupid. But in context, oh no! Not the correct response to somebody trying to use sexual violence as a weapon! Oh no! Oh no!
Very short snippets from that apology video. I think it would be best to show everyone the full context, so I will play the rest of it in full now.
I did to you what was done to me 10 years ago, and I fucking hate myself for it. I feel sick. It was one of the most painful things I have ever gone through, and I did it to you.
Now she looks at the camera. See, we didn't get that bit. We didn't get that part. We didn't get that part, did we? No, she only showed the versions of her staring at the screen with her message that she was reading it.
For it.
Only now did she look over at the camera.
Most painful things I have ever gone through, and I did it to you.
This shit ain't gonna save you in court. She is standing by and still fucking her man. You are fucked. You are fucked.
The similarities between your situation now and where I was 10 years ago is so fucking similar that it's scary, and yet I still fucking did it, and I haven't stopped crying. I feel absolutely sick to my stomach. I am so sorry.
Oh, we got two looks at the camera. Oh, we got holding eye contact.
I did not enjoy
Oh,
it.
fuck.
It kills me. I just want you to know I am truly sorry, and you deserve better. I don't expect a reply. I expect I'll be blocked, and I completely understand. But I never got an apology from the woman that actually fucked my husband, and I don't want to be that. I hate myself.
The comment that followed about vile and despicable actions by both parties was not in response to me learning about sexual assault. It was in response to me learning about a consensual affair. They proceeded to end the video by saying they know they will be blocked, that they don't expect a response from me, and that is exactly what I did. But then, 8 days later, I received a message from someone who said they were Naomi's friend and roommate. I just wanted to be left alone.
She wanted the truth. He was still lying. He said she deserved to know everything, okay? He said she deserved to know everything, and by golly did I agree.
I wanted to include this while also stating that Naomi eventually did include the full message in a follow-up video that shows me being the one to want to apologize to Kayla and come forward and admit to the consensual affair. But also within this second video, again, Naomi shows a message that reads as follows, and it is from them. Don't you dare try and put any of this on me. I never asked you to cheat. The last night I said I wanted to do more because you said that had been your favorite part. And then...
So what the fuck is this? Don't dare and try to put any of this on me. I never asked you to cheat. The last night I said I wanted to do more because you said that it had been your favorite part, and then you played like you didn't want it. Again. It seems only you are allowed to express any kind of lust. When I finally do it, because you've been doing it, you never like it. So, Naomi, if this is true, that means in both instances where he was that means that was you two pantomiming CNC. Okay, so now we've gotten to the point where this is literally a plot in a fucking book on fucking book talk. It's all coming up Millhouse. You were in a 3-year-long affair. You were in a 3-year-long affair where you were clearly sexually active with him. Because what other reason, instead of saying get off of me, Daniel, get off of me, would lead you to say I'm not having sex without lube? You were both consensually cheating on his then girlfriend, now fiance. And Girly is standing by her fucking man and outing you as trying to lie and hoping that you would not be exposed. You tried to put out an apology video over the information you put in your 8-page breakdown of his mentality. When in actuality, you were mad that you were not able to use your sexual feminine wiles to be as lustful as a character in a fucking fantasy book, and that he didn't choose you. I'm so glad you and I are on the same fucking page for it. We're on the same fucking page. I said that before the message even popped up. Again, I tell you, fucking Jersey Shore for our influencers. I tell you what. Wrap this the fuck up.
You played it like you didn't want it. Again, it seems only you are allowed to express any kind of lust. When I finally do it, because you've been doing it, you never like it. And I assume Naomi King took these screenshots quite some time ago, because when I pull up our Instagram, I just see things like this. And in regards to the allegation about me pressuring in the absence of lube, it was Naomi King who on our second day there was repeatedly asking me to go buy lube despite me saying I did not want to have sex. And they went as far as to bring up a nearby sex shop on their phone's map app.
Until you found out it was a sugar baby, and then I had someone, and suddenly another fire lit up under your ass and you wanted me again. I feel terrible for cheating on Kel. He treats me better than anyone I have ever been with.
This is an example of Naomi King twisting the truth to fit their narrative. There were times that...
Damn, not Kel. Not you cheating on Kel. With what could be considered an imperfect clone of Jack Quaid, Dennis Quaid's son. No! No! The art home! No, the art home! How good was he in your chakras? Tell us, Naomi, how was he realigning that buttock? Where else was he aligning your buttock? How many positions? How many ways? Look at the collection of books behind him. He's pulling from something. Stop it, Carl. Carl, this is not funny, but it is, Carl. It's really funny.
Both of us felt bad after crossing boundaries we shouldn't have while we were both in relationships. And there was no pattern to my recollection of it being when Naomi broke up with someone or I did at all. There were even instances of Naomi King telling me things along the lines of it's better to ask forgiveness than permission in regards to the fact that because I am bisexual and in a hetero relationship with Kayla, she has told me it's okay for me to seek sexual relations with a man, but not a woman. With Naomi King being non-binary, they were referencing that there's a gray space. But it is absolutely my fault that those lines were crossed at all, and I take full accountability for that. And this is something that Kayla and I have had to work on for years.
Literally Slaneshian. Literal Slaneshian e-girl tries to end up breaking up a good relationship and then gets mad that the fucking person didn't choose her. Unironically. Unfucking ironically. You weaponizing non-binary status to give themselves a justification to cheat on men, but it's okay if it's women, but it's not okay for him to cheat on his woman with a woman, but it would be if he was a man. For all you know, when a man loves a man, when a man loves a man, but she identifies as a woman, but when she ain't gonna be this, but she wants to be fucked like a man, and fuck her like a man, but still be a woman and have her legs put back. Once again, it is my opinion that all the people related to this story are all needing to go to therapy and work out their problems behind closed doors where I don't have to hear about it. However, I reiterate again, if I had not already, those that act like Naomi King, that would use non-binary, ace, demisexual, pansexual, or any type of relationship in the spectrum of hetero-romantic relationship, where they are more than happy to have a platonic living situation with men or women, but seek romantic relationships and romantic connections and lustful sexual intercourse with the opposite sex of their born gender, are the reason why these movements, spaces, individuals, and lifestyle choices are mocked and shamed and made the butt of jokes. It is because of this. All this. Right here. And Naomi has no one to blame but herself because she is the one who initiated it. And she lied that she did not initiate it. And that she was a victim. But she was not only a victim, she was a willing contributor. And was also the one who put the onus on him. Because she was mad that she was not able to have her feminine rage. Or her feminine weaponization of that sexual urge. In the same way he got the urge from doing the affair with her. She will not be beating the allegations. She will not be beating the allegations.
Weeks after that happened, I made my video a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. I did not think he was keeping tabs on me. And in case you're wondering if there have been any allegations against Daniel,
back to that.
Consent and assault, I did not think he was keeping tabs.
You didn't let me smear you, indeed. Naomi was actively messaging us and had the roommate message Kayla. What else would the video be about?
On me. And in case you're wondering if there have been any allegations against Daniel, there was. He told me about it. That's the only reason I know about it. He told me it was false, and that there's no way it could be true, because he wasn't there at the time. Turns out he told Discord something different. He told Discord he was there, but he was only there to visit his father.
I fully admit, at the time, I had no idea who was making those allegations, and I had an instinctual response to just say no, absolutely could not be anybody. I only visited my dad for a few weeks that summer in Nashville before going off to study abroad in Ireland. I had been on a couple of Tinder dates while I was visiting my dad, but obviously none of those dates aligned with what was being alleged in these posts at all. But I did not know for sure who this person was until I worked with my lawyer when I sent off my cease and desist, and they were able to find out it was Madison, a person whose full name I will not say here because after I sent my cease and desist, they did delete their posts. At that point, I filed a police report against Madison as well. One of the reasons I didn't suspect Madison was the one to make these accusations was, one, it did not align with our encounter in Nashville at all, and in addition to that, after I got back from studying abroad in Ireland, Madison came to visit me in Virginia on their way to Florida, driving several hours out of their way to spend a weekend with me, and I have an eyewitness testimony from my college roommate who can talk about meeting Madison that weekend. All I asked Mark to do...
I need to read. So not only does he have a demonstration to prove his case on that, but he also has all of his ducks in a row. And the reason why he didn't speak on it was for the same reason that he's not speaking here, except for when he needs to. Because he's legally assessing everything and going through the details. Oh, shit, girlie, you were fucked. Girl power has failed. The feminine sisterhood of traveling whores is being defeated in real time. Real women and male victims victimized by feminist patriarchy rejoice.
was say what they knew for sure about that weekend when Madison visited.
Hi, my name's Mark.
Oh no! And it went on tape! No! Alexa, play Sussum Todd. Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh shit!
Those roommates, our senior year of college, so that would be fall 2016 through spring 2017. We lived in a house together in Fredericksburg. At one point, Maddie came to visit Daniel. I didn't have eyes on the correspondence between them before her arrival or after her departure. She was very cordial the entire time she was in the house. Daniel introduced her to us. They spent a bit of time together in his room behind closed doors, so I didn't see what was going on back there. But I did see her walk throughout the house a couple of times. She didn't communicate to me that she was there against her will or any intent to leave or desire to leave or anything like that. So yeah.
And on a final note regarding Madison, they have had a pattern of appearing when I specifically either hit milestones on the channel or release a book. When I first heard about someone making accusations about me, it is when I hit 100,000 subscribers. They then followed up with another post when I released my book, Breach of Peace. And with what the last video was here on the channel, I can't help but feel like it's still a thing.
So, this means that if the person that you got in correspondence with is this Madison Nomi, you effectively tacked yourself onto a already developing legal case against him for a stalker that wants more interaction and involvement with him because she wants to attach herself to him to access his fame and fortune. Now, assuming that you don't care about the money, it's more about the relationship and the love to you, that fake penile structure, you effectively allowed a stalker to do the equivalent of getting further access and damage to him so that you could stick the knife in and twist it, and then she could legitimize her take and use you to get her message out there to make him notice and identify and address and acknowledge her. To put this another way, by you choosing to use her story and all of the other allegations that you're trying to put up that I'm not going to read because it's not relevant. You're super cooked. You are effectively signal boosting and elevating the intention to deceive the public to get an outcome that people need not give time for. Because the character of all people involved with the negative actions taken shows a willfulness to be deceitful, lie, cheat, steal, avoid accountability, and put any and all involvement on something other than what is necessary for the purposes of clearing his name. So you wanted to smear him. You ended up getting a character weakness in the form of his stalker, and now he has to bury you under all of the holes that he poked into your story. When he was done poking holes in you. Carl, stop it!
Got back to the hotel. I went to the pool. He stayed in the hotel room for hours.
This was another lie from Naomi. I wasn't sure if I should take the time to disprove here in the video, but I think it's important to display a pattern of dishonest behavior from Naomi. We went out on excursions the entire time we were in Las Vegas, including going to a otherworld universe grocery store experience art house that is available in Las Vegas. Here is a receipt for me making purchases at the gift shop there.
Oh no!
On that first
Oh no!
universe grocery store experience art house that is available in Las Vegas. Here is a receipt.
Not actual paid receipts! No! 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 Hello, Avalon. No! 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 Actual receipts! No! No! You're cooked! You're fucked! But more than just legally, you're fucked! Oh no! Paid for itemized affairs! $9.67 for the back shots, $48.76 for the head, $18 for the handy, $24.89 for the equal equivalent mutual gooning, and $87.19 for the doggy. Oh no! Truthfully, the most prepared cheater. Truthfully, the most prepared cheater to prove his name. You get him, duplicate Jack Quaid. You get her.
For me making purchases at the gift shop there for Naomi and myself. On that first full day though, I also spent many hours with Naomi by the pool, giving my thoughts on a short story they had given me about a polyamorous rock band. And then I want to finally end this section of the video by giving context to the clip you saw at the beginning, which was from the personal individual one Naomi King sent me after I had blocked them on several platforms.
I wish I could take it all back. I wish I could take it all fucking back. It was not worth losing what we had. It was not worth putting Kayla through all of this fucking torture. It wasn't even slightly worth it. I wish I'd said no. I wish you'd never gone to Vegas. I feel so fucking guilty because of what I did. Because of what I did to Kayla.
I fully believe both Naomi King and I, by the end of the weekend, regretted our actions. But even in the message that Naomi King redacted and showed you on screen, I was the one who demanded we confess, who came to Kayla and told the truth. Naomi, we both had regrets that weekend, and we both felt terrible when we were leaving. But I'm not accusing you of assaulting me, and admittedly, I am only showing clips from these full videos to demonstrate how Naomi King has decided, after time has gone on, to greater distort the truth to make me look worse about a situation we both regretted at the time. And then you can see all of this come to a head in the video that made me contact legal counsel, and you will see why when Naomi King gave these thoughts.
I'm just gonna use men and women as an example. You can swap the genders and not all men, but I'm just gonna, for example. There's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long-term, this is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person. That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know and wants to be with her in the long term, and has essentially made her feel that way emotionally.
It all comes full circle. This is why the vibes were off. This is why he struck her for it. Effectively, that vague post was her saying, I agreed to having an affair with you. I didn't agree to you having an affair with me and you not picking me. And he has his ducks in a row.
And then a lot of times they'll fuck, and then the guy will be like, all right, peace. That's assault. And then, if the woman is like, well, okay, fuck. Now I feel completely used. I feel completely violated. Especially when it comes to the things of, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex, and then he did something that you didn't fucking want. But then the police are like, but you consented to it. Now you're just regretting it afterwards. What do you think?
In this 2023 video, Naomi King also accuses me of trying to use them as a therapist for 3 years in an attempt to get them in bed. I was not the one wanting to buy lube and escalate things. I want to iterate that again here and prove Naomi King was the one pressuring me to go further. Then in the same video, they apply this to Madison, who I only knew for a summer meeting on a few dates in 2016 and only saw one final time after getting back from studying abroad in Ireland and not being in contact with them that I can recall much at, if all, while there. This narrative about me being some emotional manipulator is just outright false, and I can say just did not happen. In our relationship, I did talk to Naomi about a lot of personal things, but I certainly told them many things about myself that Madison never knew, and Madison and I only saw each other a few times and did not text that much in between. It has also been brought to my attention that Naomi King, in their second video posted Saturday, also admitted to writing 3 songs about me before our trip to Las Vegas that include lyrics like, you're all I want because I can't have you, you're all I want because you found someone new, you're all I want, now I've got no one, and you can't blame me if I feel to some extent it's not cheating if we never change the way we've been. Baby, if I come and take your hand, there's a part of me that doesn't care if she's your girlfriend. Before finally, maybe I'm being mean, I guess I am, but you love it, don't you? We both have that darkness, and if you think about it, you're her man, only because I didn't say yes back then. All that did—
It's the rage that controls you both, but mostly her. Yep. I told you, those songs fucked her. It was clear that it was not what she was telling me it was. It was clear. Clear as day. Clear as fucking day.
did happen that weekend was a consensual affair that I do believe both Naomi King and I feel horrible about. And I have 2 final things I want to say here, and one of them's in response to my last video. In my last video, I certainly came across lawyered up. And yes, I absolutely am. If someone comes after you, your loved one's career, and tries to destroy your life, hire a lawyer. It is not an admittance of guilt, and even in the world in general, if the police ask you to come in for questioning, even if you are innocent and have no idea what they are talking about, bring a lawyer. They are not on your side. Others will not be on your side, and you have a right to legal representation so you don't make dumb mistakes.
Just beating the fuck out of all the allegations. If you were innocent, why do you do this? Because nobody's crazy. Yes! Yes! Our white king! Demonstrating that there is nothing wrong with facing things around the right way and doing your best. Unlike most social influencers, this influencer said, nope, not me, and got his lawyer immediately.
And I want to say I understand why creators were quick to make videos backing Naomi King after seeing their video. Their video was heartbreaking and full of lies. I just asked that if you could, Please update your audience on the full facts now. I understand I am not going to win over everybody, and there are still going to be people who want to send hate my way because I did have an affair, and it's the worst thing I've ever done, and Kayla and I are still trying to move on from it. But the one person who's been receiving hate that has absolutely done nothing wrong in this entire situation is Kayla. For 2 years, Kayla and I have been trying to grow, heal, and move on. And this has made it a lot harder.
I'm going to keep this very short. Yes, 2 years ago, Daniel had an affair while we were dating. But let me be clear, I love Daniel. And he has put in hard work and years of therapy and has proven to me that he's the person that I want to spend my life with. Yes, he is imperfect, but he is also my best friend, my business partner, the love of my life, and he's earned back my trust. It's the reason why I agreed to marry.
Oh no. Not my best friend. No. Stop! Stop, Kayla! She's already dead! She already can't nut on her talk anymore!
Him when he proposed to me in September, and I have been there for him through all of this, just as he's been there for me. But please try to remember that I am also a person. I have seen the videos and the comments dissecting and placing judgment on my choice to stay with Daniel. I have lost friends over this, some who are unwilling or unable to stay in my life, and reliving this under a microscope, under the public eye, has been humiliating, traumatizing, and incredibly isolating. So all I ask for right now is just kindness and support.
In addition to that, many people I know for sure have been sending Naomi King's video to authors I've interviewed or sponsors that I've had, and the damage of that is going to take a long time to recover from.
Oh boy. No, not torturous interference too! No! No! Not torturous interference too! Oh no! Shit! She's already alone, bitter, and unable to be stretched, but now you're gonna add on fucking torturous interference fees on top of it? She's having all of his kids. She's having all of his kids, and then they're gonna write books together about how he was fucking her on the wedding night. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's gonna punch her fist in the air, being forced to watch this shit from a fucking distance. That's absurd. That's absurd. Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know when it'll become okay to post regular content on the channel again here moving forward, but thank you for watching. More soon.
So, that is the timeline. She's buried by this, 100%. I'm also going to respond to the last thing that Hope Cat just said. She's buried by this. Because no, Naomi does not need to become a villain in one of Daniel's books. Daniel has already won in more ways than one. He's won in the court of public opinion. He has now gagged and outright silenced and demonstrated the monstrosity of Naomi King's attempts to try and slander him, to try and save face for the fact that she was bitter about an affair that didn't work out the way that she wanted. As the other woman, she has been disintegrated by the fiance of the affair partner, Daniel, because she didn't leave him. She didn't hurt him the way that she wanted. Instead, they're getting married. She said, yes, he hurt me. But you know what? We worked through it, bitch. My lips are stronger than any hold your knees could ever have on him. She fucked around. She found out and she got embarrassed in front of a live studio audience. Po little Tink Tink. Po little Tink Tink and her spiritual buttock. The lesson of the story. Keep your private shit out of the public. You didn't need to air it publicly, so you got embarrassed publicly. Sag, but deserved. Sagged, but deserved. I enjoyed that. Alright. Destiny shit. Technically, it's already 6:21, but I can go over it because I'm pretty sure it's just going to be J-Stock posting the fucking Destiny legal shit, which most of us expected. What happens in Vegas definitely should have stayed in fucking Vegas. But it wasn't enough. But no. Daniel didn't and doesn't need to write about Naomi as a villain in a book. All he needs to do is just live his life. This story and how he's going to move forward will be burying to her. He's not going to mention her. He's not going to think about her. He's going to have his hands full and his dick full of both cheeks of his wife, and with all the things and success that'll be on his hands, as well as all the other problems he's going to have to deal with, and he'll have to work through because of the consequences of her actions. He doesn't have to talk about her ever again, because he's already laid out what he needed to. He has effectively pulled a full pro-Jared. He has beaten the allegations, and he has disproven the accusations against him, which means people are going to have to update themselves. And that's all that really needed to happen there. That's good. Wonderful. Just deserved. Now, the doc. The Destiny doc. Okay. Looking at this is JStock literally just posting the fucking doc to the timeline. Jane Doe Pixie versus Stephen Bonnell Destiny court stocks being released. Complaint to the Honorable Court. Comes now plaintiff Jane Doe, and through her unsigned counsel, respectfully states and legends and prays the following: holding him accountable for unauthorized, intentional, and unlawful discourse and dissemination of intimate images and sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, causing extreme emotional and physical distress, depression, anxiety, and harm to her personal and professional life reputation, seeking injunctive relief, compensatory and pecuniary damages, attorney's fees, and any other relief that the Honorable Court deems is just and proper as a result of the defendant's unlawful, extreme, and outrageous conduct towards the plaintiff. And she's, in fact, going to use the sexual cyber harassment statute that she's been told multiple times means it is outside of the reach of, but she's going to try anyways. This was entered into the docket literally yesterday. Yes, literally yesterday. And reads as Stephen K. Bonnell versus Jane Doe in the Southern District of Florida, Miami Division. We've got some redaction on some of these lines here, but pretty much this is exactly what you would have expected to happen. If you wish to read, I will post the link for you in chat, and you can read it at your own leisure. But pretty much, this is just confirmation that Lunarbox, Pixie, and all associated parties that are involved are going forward with the documents and with the case as posted, as they said that they would. So, not really anything changing here. Let's read from the comments. It's a slam dunk case. I don't know if there's any way for him not to face accountability. He should be bankrupt and have nothing left. Fuck Destiny. Gunnar having to be defined in court documents is unreal. What a timeline. The huge thing that sticks out to me is the assertion that Destiny admitted to it. According to this, to make the videos, Destiny sends them the rose. He can't claim leaks happen without his knowledge. His claim is they make the videos, he sends them the rose, unknown third party hacks Discord and then uploads pictures to Kiwi Farms. I don't know why this is being passed by them, but I guess that's the point of just taking it to court. You're drawing a distinction to the original link from Destiny to an untold number of other people, to the public leak that might not exist legally, and the hacker story being doubtful. He also stated under circumstances he would expect stuff to become public, I think. Pretty much, all the things that we've already covered is pretty much what the JStock document is. This is now just publicizing and now making into lawfare the back and the forth about what's inside the details and making public shit that we should not know about because they should be handling this not in the public sector. And this is JStock making it into something that he can get for the purposes of views between himself and other people. So, like, yeah, there's that. I believe that is everything for today. At least that I can think of. Today's the 19th. Tomorrow on the 20th is the launch of the Legacy of Phoenicia event. Last night, or rather I should say earlier this morning, because I had insomnia, because I could not sleep after dunking on that bitch, I played some more of Avowed. The VOD is up for those that want to catch up on that, because I'm going to try and not play it without recording myself playing it. So even if I play through it and you do not see it live on camera as a part of an event that I sit down and make time for, the same way I do with everything, it will be recorded and posted, or live streamed and posted, the same way that I've been doing the rest of the Daredrop videos. Whether or not I finish the game to completion will really be up to how quickly I can get through the content, as now, since I've done all the challenges, I can literally just start playing the way that I want and manipulate my my file based on whatever I think is best for upcoming. There are a couple of other things that I could go over, like the lies, contradictions, and evolving persona of Rachel Wilson, which is yet another trad content creator trying to push as a trad wife. There has been an update on Erudite now posting and confirming that she's going to be working and associating with Destiny in the future, because there are comments that have been made that have been posted onto what I assume is Reddit. Yeah, this is a subreddit. Onto Reddit, where Bridges is now being stated as a podcast that she owns completely. I can read from the top of this, because this is just inside the server. Any person who can see inside of Podcast Ideas can see all of this. Because LawTube is going to eat this the fuck up, guaranteed, 100%. Let me nail through all of this. Oop, up. So leading through with what we have here that you can see inside Podcast Ideas. Erudite says the following. That 1, Steven and I have full plans to have him on the show again as a guest or contributor. Bridge is not burnt, and we do not hate each other whatsoever. It was a mutual decision, and that I would be lying by saying that I'm not terrified. Thanks for the wise wishes. We will see. None of those are planned changes. They are content ideas that I may try and see what works. Destiny was the main draw for the show, so I understand if you're losing people interest based on him not being around regularly. But please try to offer legitimate criticism. If viewers dislike this show, the game show idea, we won't do it. Statement was posted on Bridges. Erudite needs to make a statement. I'm not commenting on the situation between Pixie and Steven for some time, if maybe ever. Hassan Orbiter, Mike from PA, wants online lefties to harass Ethan Klein to the point of killing himself. Okay, everybody. Tyler Oakley, it's time to block Ethan Klein, mute his name, and move forward. His haters are unpostly his best publicist. Mike from PA, he's absolutely having a breakdown. If we keep pushing, the problem will solve itself. Then there's a thread about Martin relationships are gay. We'll save that for later. Then there's a post about the creepiest VTuber who has a secret pedophile server, as well as the soft hit pieces that are being pushed about Hassan Piker, because they are desperately trying to look for the Joe Rogan of the left, instead of trying to win back over Joe Rogan, who was and is a leftist. But because he's not antagonistic towards every person he brings onto his show, they don't like that. So. But we'll see what news collects between now and literally the launch of Legacy of Freesia. Because once Legacy of Freesia drops, it is literally going to be me streaming Path of Exile for 8 days until the launch of Wilds. And then maybe off and on again with Avowed. But more than likely it'll be non-stop Path of Exile. So I'm about to turn into a statue. To that edge. If you have yet to claim a spot on the filter, and you have a membership, whether it has been gifted to you or you bought it, you can submit and bring to me your submissions for the loot filter, as I will be setting it up before the event. And just like the one for BOE 2, if you have one that is inside of that slot, you can have that slot then occupied for the same content that will be on the POE 1 filter. And this is a way to give back and say thank you for all the people who have been supporting the channel. Your donations are going to a wonderful cause, me, and it will be used not only for paying for South of Midnight, but also goes towards things such as the Dare Drop stream, which I'm happy to announce for everybody involved, especially those that were there live on air as I was doing them. We have gotten several different challenges completed. Checking right now, the last one for Avowed that I did this morning is still in review, but I can show you this. We have several of these things to give away. Full screen. Full screen. There we go. We have several of these keys to now give away, such as Super Cat and Bitcoin giveaways, copies for Macross Shooting Insight, a creator spotlight on Demon's 4 channels, 10 different keys to give away for Demon's 4 when the game is on launch, 3 gifted subs that is a $15 value, as well as a key for Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. And if we confirm and they lock in the last challenge for Avowed, this would also be an Avowed Steam key as well. I am saving all of these keys to give away at a later date, at which will be announced on the communities tab and on the communities page. We will be hosting it and simulcasting it on both YouTube as well as Twitter as well as Twitch, mainly so that we can increase the size of the channel, so that in the future when working on new Dare Drops, we can be able to then hit the markers for more events. Because as explained before, there's new people here, so I'm going to explain it again. As explained before, with Dare Drop, when I do these key giveaways, I have to have an audience of a size in order to access the game, to then get the key for the game, to then do the challenges for the game, to then earn the keys to give back for the game. So for example, another Dare Drop that had dropped at the same time as Avowed and Demon Spore is Sancticide. In order for me to have participated in this, I would either need to have had 10 Twitch concurrent viewers or 10k YouTube subs or 10k YouTube followers, but I'm never going to use TikTok for this because I still believe it's a dead platform. That is full on dead internet theory. But the goal of the giveaways is to ethically create the keys, to then give back to the audience, to then keep the audience growing, so that we can continue to access new content and do new campaign drops, so that we can then continue to grow the numbers. I do not just simply want to give you things to train you Pavlovian to show up to the stream in the hope that you can get free keys and illegitimately build a following that way. I instead want you to tune in and be a part of the scene and be a part of the community and the audience the right way. So, coming up in the future, there is 3 games that I'm interested in. One of them is Regents of Roswell, another one is Lost Castle, and another one is Game Stonk Simulator. To hope we have the highest potential chance to both be involved in the Dare Drop, as well as having as many dares as possible, based on our sub metrics for both platforms, this is the reason why I put so much focus on that. So even for those that are simply just tuning in and have never watched my content before and want to be able to support, this is how you can be able to support. If you give me no money and you do nothing at all, tuning in and watching is more than enough. Thank you, 100%, for watching me do what I do. Alright, I'm going to be going. I need to go finish sorting out the rest of those groceries, and then if I go back live again, I will be back live with Avowed in about 30 minutes to an hour. GG, Nori, Easy, 07. I will see you all in a few minutes to an hour. Goodbye, everybody.